All right, hello everyone. Let me double check all my um video, everything. Hopefully everything goes well. All right, seems that everything is up. Okay, so hello everyone. So today I'm making a live streaming of the um Uma expansion for Shadowverse Evolve. And reason being why I'm making a live stream because I want to share the ideas in my head um as it comes out, so that I don't I feel that if editing everything's it it just doesn't feel the same if you edit all the thoughts. I did go through like one set, the whole thing. That means I looked through every of the cards before uh I base my finalization on. So right now when I see the card is just a first impression of whether the card will or will not be good for the whole expansion. Um and this video will be archived, and um you can watch it on my, if you're watching this, most likely you're watching the replay. So with that said, just I want to maybe say a few thank you to the people involved with the card review and the translation, especially local Forte Simp, and anyone behind the scene for making the translation for the community in the Discord. And for those who are not sure, or first time hearing that there's the Discord for Shadowverse Evolve, you can actually visit the Discord through the Reddit subreddit for Shadowverse Evolve. Okay, with that said, let's start off with Forest. Okay, so let's start off with the legendary first for each class. Then followed by gold, silver, and then bronze. So for legendary for Forest, Silence Shizuka. Okay, before that, I forgot to add this in. Okay, so as you all can see, there's a fit and there's a one. So there's two mechanic added to this expansion. Primarily the keywords are fit, and another keyword will be racing. Yeah, so the racing start. So let's start with fit. So fit is something like evolve, okay? But you cannot use um okay, your carrot, right, is part of the evolve deck. So Shadowverse Evolve right now we have a 15 card extra deck. The extra deck is contain all the evolve card, and currently for Uma expansion they have this mechanic called fit, where you have to use the carrot to put underneath the card if you fit it, and once you fit the card, yeah, it'll start racing, and one card can only race one time, so you only can fit a card one time. You can't fit a card more than one time unless the effect says so, but normally you only can fit it one time. And also the fit, right? So you have the carrot, and you at the side of the fit you see the bracket with a number in it. That will be the mana cost for the fit. So you say fit 2, that means you have to pay 2 mana to fit it. Alright? And you can use the evolve point to pay for the fit cost as well. Okay. With that said, let's go back to Silence Shizuka. So it's a 4 mana 4/1 with Storm. And when evolve, choose an enemy follower, put it on top of the deck, and becomes a 5/2. This is a 4 mana evolve for 2, 6 mana card. I won't. Okay, so basically right now my score, right? I have a normal score, meaning this is normal constructed, and then I also have a pure Uma score, meaning that this will be for pure Uma decks. So is how I view this card in a pure Uma deck, and then this is a normal constructed. So a pure Uma deck can be played with against normal constructed. The only difference is that the pure Uma decks, right? You can mix all the different classes. Normal constructed, you only can play cards in the same class. Pure Uma, even though it's different classes, you can mix together. However, you only can play Uma cards. So that's why I'm giving it 2 scores. So I guess how is this playable in Forest? And if it's not good in and how is this good in a pure Uma deck? So honestly, the feeling is nothing much for this card. In fact, I'm quite disappointed there isn't much more mechanic with the racing. There's only a few cards that does help with the racing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to add. So if you feed Uma, right, it'll start racing, right? They also will gain rush. That means they can attack the turn you feed it. But however, it doesn't, unlike evolve, it doesn't get +1/+1 or +2/+2 stats. Yeah, as usually where you evolve the card, like over here, when you evolve, you usually get additional stats, but feeding doesn't give you the stats unless the effect of the card says so. So most of the feed, you don't really get any stats. And most of the time, from what I'm seeing, there isn't much support for the racing. Though this mechanic can be quite good because as we say, Shadowverse is a tempo game. If you're able to trade on the turn it comes down, the card can be very strong. And with that said, okay, so Silent Suzuka, the ability to have Storm is good. That means you can come in and you can just hit face with it. And at the same time, it doubles as a remover. Also it also can be a finisher. So basically, if opponents set up any ward like Bellringer, you're able to bounce it back to the top of the deck. So how I view this is that it's a very good control. It is not a very bad control card, but it's a very good game ender card, even though it costs 6 mana. However, this is what sorry, excuse me. Aggro Forest is missing. So if anybody knows, it's not really Aggro Forest, but it's a mid-range Forest deck that plays with the fairy token and buffing them. They were missing a very good. They were missing a game ender actually. So this is actually very good for them. And when it comes to control, putting the enemy follower on top of their deck to deny them a draw is also very good as well. However, you will see less you might not see a 3-off in a control deck because she doesn't really give much stats even, and the evolve 2 can be quite costly just to remove a card on the field. Yeah, the only good side is that it does have Storm, meaning that you're able to hit the face, and Rose Queen could helps dealing 15 damage. So yeah, 5 damage will be from here. And Rose Queen can deal the next 15 damage to kill your opponent. However, in most of the time you won't be running 3 of this 3 of the base. Definitely not 3 of the evolve. I think 2 might be too greedy, I guess. However, I think 2 of these might be played. With that said, I will give the normal a 4 out of 5. Okay, let me remove because evolve card and the base will be the same. I'll give it a 4 out of 5. Oh, I need to update the legend on here. So basically what I think 1 is utter garbage. 2 is that it's not likely to see play. 3 is that it might see play, but yeah, it might see play, but it might not as well. 4 is likely to be played, or it will be played, but only 1 or 2 copy as a deck tag or something. 5 is that means this card will be played and it will be a 3 copy of it. Yeah. So 4 out of 5, so most likely will be played. For pure Uma score, I will give this a 5 out of 5. Like I said, this is a good for aggro and for tempo. It works well with control. However, for Uma, they have lesser card pool, and this is one of the better finisher in the deck. Same with the sword later you'll see. So I think if you're playing a pure Uma, this might be a trade-off, that's for sure, because you will want to storm your opponent down, end the game from there. So there's not much other good game ender. So this is one of the few better ones. Okay, next, Smart Falcon. So it's a 5 mana 5/5. Feat 1, this follower begins racing. Fanfare, return any number of other ally Uma Musume card to hand. Deal X damage to all enemy follower. X equals 2, double the number of cards returned to hand by this effect. So tokens do count if they return to hand. However, they are removed from the game. Okay, so first of all, I have not seen any Uma tokens for now. Maybe in the next future when they do a Uma expansion again, which might be possible. However, from what I'm saying right now for this set, okay, for normal constructed, I don't think this would be played, because you have to return Uma Musume card. And I even if Uma cards mainly are aggro and tempo-ish, so returning them actually hurts. It will hurt your deck quite a bit. And the AoE damage at the cost of returning your followers, it's not really that worth, to be honest. Yeah, because if you think about it, why not just trade with the followers on the field? I find this card to be quite bad, especially when there isn't much cards to return to hand, to prop their effect. If there isn't much card that prop effect when returned to hand. So, with that said, I'll give this. Sadly, I'll give this a 1 in normal constructed, and a 1 as well in pure Uma deck. With the view that, yeah, even though it's a 5 mana 5/5, the effect of returning everything, even though it can return herself, which is also another bad thing, which my discussion with friend bring out, is that yeah, it can return herself so that it deals 2 damage to the whole board, but the cost of 5 mana, really? Minimally it will deal 5 mana, deal 4, but I don't really like how this card is made. Though there is another view is that you can attack with your followers and then after that return them to your hand. And then you deal whatever damage that is returned to the board. But it doesn't deal to face, which if it deals to face, I might put this at 2. For pure Uma deck, meaning that all your Storm follower, you can return them back to hand again, and next turn you can play those Storm follower again. However, given that it doesn't hit opponents a leader, it doesn't. I'll put this at 1. Yeah, this is one of the worst LG currently. Okay, so next we go to the Gold Rare for Uma for Forest. Ghost City, 4 mana 3/3. Pay 1, this follower begins racing. Feat 1, sorry. If there's 8 or more cards in play on all players' field against Storm, Fanfare recover 3 play point. With this, so the idea is this card is more for combo. So for normal constructed, straight up in my mind, it will be a mid-range forest deck with Tia. So meaning that you'll most likely play this with Tia for the combo, for the roaches, to create a more explosive mid-range deck where you'll be flooding a lot of followers on the field during the turn, maybe turn 5. However, because you're playing into Termies and playing into a lot of bot wipes, it might not be the best idea for now, because forests have no way to recur their hand if they do that. However, because it enables combo, I can see it being played in many of the control combo decks or this. And if there's 8 or more cards, is just a plus. I think this effect, the gaining the storm, is just a plus if you manage to get it. Most of the time you won't get it at all. We shouldn't even think if this effect is there, because I think the more important part of this card is the recover 3 play point. However, currently in normal constructed, there isn't very much good um combo decks right now. I think, yeah, there isn't really any much strong combo decks. With that said, I think I'll give this a 3 out of 5. I do see some potential in normal constructed, just that the decks that it fits in currently aren't that strong. And yeah, I really legit think that you need more combo cards to make her strong, for sure. Okay, and so with that said, it's a 4 mana. It is technically a 1 mana 3/3 as well, so isn't that bad. Okay, then as for pure pure Uma don't really have much combo, so recover 3 play point doesn't really do anything. I'll say I'll give this a 2. I give this a 1. Why give this a 2? Let me think. Okay, I'll give this a 2. Sorry. I'll change this to a 2. And the reason why I change it to a 2 is because I just realized that Uma doesn't have much board wipes, and this might be only board wipes that you have in the game. Yeah. No, this is not the only, but you don't have much board wipe, so this might be a board wipe you might consider. However, it's very unlikely you play this for the board wipe. I will give this as 2 as well, because I'll give this a 1. It's in pure Uma, I don't see this being played at all, because there isn't any usefulness in gaining the combo, because first of all, there isn't much combo stuff in the deck, and gaining the storm is just so reliant on your opponent, to the point that it's not good. That's my opinion, because having 8 or more cards on all player field, you might not hit it. Even though it's not a fanfare, I still feel that you might not hit it. Yeah. With that said, let's move on. So 2 mana spell, quick, tasty, fast. You either search for a follower with Storm from your deck and put it into hand, or choose an ally follower with Storm. No, it's not 5-8, sorry. Yeah, I copied the translation from Discord, so yeah, I didn't change it out of rushing. Okay, and give it +3/+0. For 2 mana to give 3 attack is not bad. I think this card might be played, and you're able to search for a follower with Storm from your deck. However, from the ruling, it seems that, okay, not from the ruling, from the effect of the Japanese effect, it seems that you only can search follower with Storm, and not followers that is able to gain Storm. Like Ghost City, you won't be able to search her out, because she doesn't have Storm in her text. She only gains Storm after if you have 8 or more follower cards in play in all player field. So this is one thing to take note of, unless there is a official ruling saying that you can. I'm leaning more towards that you can't. Yep. With that in mind, I will give this not very high. I will give this in normal constructed, for forest cards with Storm, like other than Silent Suzuka, White Wolf of the Forest. I guess that's the name. And you can't search Roach as well. So I'll give this a 2, even though it is a good searcher, meaning you're able to search for Storm. It's very good for any combos that runs Storm as a finisher. I can see it being played. However, in normal constructed, is most unlikely to be played right now, because there isn't much strong Storm cards. No, okay, with that said, I think I'll give this a 1. Currently it is not that strong. Even though 2 mana to give +3 attack is quite nice. However, I think there's other better cards for you, especially in a combo deck. You will rather play removal to ensure that, you know, you can control until you get your combo cards. And this is just wasting a space, and Currently, there's no combo decks that ends with this one. Even the Rose Queen with Roach, they'll play Rose Queen shoot 5 of the Thorn Burst, and then they play Roach and then evolve for later. You won't need this won't need to add the 3 attack at all. Yeah, so I'll give this 1 out of 5 for normal constructed. For Pure Uma, it feels more of a control deck than an aggro deck. But at the same time, we do like cards such as Razor Claw. I'll give this a 3 out of 5 for Pure Uma, because Pure Uma, even though it is a spell, I think you'll play like 1 or 2 copy in your aggro Uma decks, because I think Uma will be a aggro or tempo deck. And adding the 3 attack in the aggro deck is actually gonna kill people, yeah. The 3 attack is nothing to score off, basically. Especially when you give it to follow with Storm, which if you're playing aggro Uma, Pure Uma, you will have quite a few followers with Storm. And with that, I'll give this a 3 out of 5. I think this might see play, however, because it is a spell that doesn't provide a body, there's a possibility that people might just play more followers than other than her. Yeah, no, I think I'll give it a 4 lah. I think you're playing Pure Uma, you'll play this in, especially when you can search for Silent Shizuka or Tio to end the game with. I think I'll give this a 4, meaning that it's most likely to be played, but you only play one or two version of, or 1 or 2 copy of it. Yeah. Okay, with that said, let's move on to the next one. Ancient Flesh. Sorry, I do not watch Uma Musume, so I'm not very sure of all their names. Okay, so Ancient Flesh, Fit 1, this follower become Racing. Racing start, this follower get +1/+1. Choose up to 1 enemy follower, return that follower to hand. With that said, this will be a 4 out of 5, because this is the same as playing the what's it called? Sorry, Rose Gardener? Yeah, Rose Gardener. In Forest, Control Forest. Yeah, it's the same thing with the +1/+1 stats. But the fact that you are able to get a +1/+1, it will stay like same as the Rose Gardener to 3 mana 4/4 after evolve. Yeah. So with feeding with this racing start effect, it will be the same stat as evolve Rose Gardener. However, the difference is that Rose Gardener do have combo 3 to draw. This doesn't have it. So why I give this a 4 out of 5, because this card's placed around Surefire Bullet, which is very popular in the control meta right now, with a lot of control deck running Surefire Bullet to remove any evil follower with 4 HP or less. This card dodges that Surefire Bullet, especially after you feed it at 3 mana 4/4. It dodge the Surefire Bullet, meaning your opponent is not likely gonna remove this card easily. That means, yeah, they have to spend other stuff to remove this card. And yeah, this is the reason why I give it a 4 out of 5. I think that is most likely going to be played. However, I think it's up to personal preference, because some people prefers the Rose Gardener to have the draw. Yeah. Okay, and with that said, let's move on to Pure Uma. So in Pure Uma, it is a tempo deck. This is definitely going to be played. Yeah. Currently, I haven't seen much of a better 3 mana pay 1 to evolve the kind of card. So I will call this the important level 3 cards. Yeah. Because currently in Shadowverse, it seems that all the 3-cost card with evolve can be game breaking. Yeah, so most of the time all these 3 mana card with evolve can usually end the game from there onwards. So this is definitely one of those cards. So for Pure Uma, if you're playing a tempo deck, I think this was most like this is definitely a play. Next, we have Shinko Windy, 1 mana 2/1, fit 1, fanfare. Look at the top card of your deck. You can put it in the bottom of the deck. I will give this a 1 for normal constructed. I don't see this being played. I find that this card is not that good. I mean, the only good cards that do well with this is, I guess, White Wolf in a forest. And even if it's if you play any neutral cards, I don't think this combos well with any of the neutral cards. However, in pure Uma, I'll give this a 2. In fact, I think I might give this a okay, I might give this a 3 because there is combo potential with this deck. As later we move on to behind, you will see that there's some classes that requires you to check the top of the deck, and this is definitely one of the cards that will help with the deck checking. It's not bad in aggro deck as well, in my opinion, because you can check whether if your top card is something good or something bad, and then it might be like, so if let's say you're starting turn 1, you play this, then turn 2 you need a 2-drop, you can actually help reduce the chance of you breaking without a 2-drop. This card might see play right there. However, I think it's only more popular with the one of the Haven cards which you will see later. Yeah, so basically I'll give this a 3 out of 5. It might see play, it might not see play. Because the card effect is just very weird. If you say like check top 4, and then okay, I'll put this as a 2, sorry. Because if you put this as check top 4 and rearrange them, I'll give this a 3 because that effect will be a lot stronger. However, in Shadowverse right now, there's no such thing as this, and checking the top card doesn't really change much sometimes because you still do not know what is underneath the first card, and that is still part of the RNG, basically. I'll give this a 2 out of 5. Unlikely to see play, even though because the combo is just too gimmicky. In fact, I'm only giving it 2 instead of 1 because first of all, aggro might play it and combo might play it, but however, in both scenarios, both seems very gimmicky in my opinion. That's why I only give it a 2 out of 5. And then next we got Friends to Trade, a 2 mana spell. So when a 2 mana amulet. This is the amulet. Okay, so when this card leave play, choose an ally Uma Musume follower, give it +1/+1, fanfare, draw a card. So this is the amulet that's gonna help with the Uma to when they return a card. So later you see some of the forest craft card that have effects such as return ally cards, Uma cards from the field back to hand, and this is part of the card that combos with them. And the good thing is that it comes down, it give you a draw. When leave play, you give a ally Uma Musume follower +1/+1. So those things that you return doesn't really hurt that much. However, in my opinion, you have to set this up, and 2 mana is actually very expensive to set it up. So in a normal constructed, we already do have Harvest Festival. So I don't think this will replace Harvest Festival. Will this be played at 1 or 2? Very unlikely. I'll give this a 2 out of 5 for normal constructed. Some people might tag 1 so that they can draw a card. However, Harvest Festival is a lot better because it's only costs 1 mana, and 1 mana can be easily fit into the remaining mana you might have. 2 mana is a lot harder, even though the effect of drawing a card is instantly. However, when you leave the field, it doesn't really do anything as well. So very unlikely this will see play. Yeah. if it, let's say they added another like, or when this amulet leave play, choose a follower, give it +1/+1, might be a bit better. So this can be played with Ancient Elf. But the fact that it doesn't have, it only give Uma Musume card, normal constructed, this card might most likely not be seeing play, yeah. But in the Uma deck, will you see play in the Uma deck? I also give it a 2/5. It's very unlikely you'll see this in a pure Uma deck, because there's not much bounce card. Only the forest card in Uma have or the bounce card. And if you're playing aggro, the 2 mana draw a card ain't that good. And if you leave play, then you give it +1/+1, also quite bad, because you first have to force this back to hand, then you get the +1/+1. If you don't force this back to hand, this card is actually quite bad, yeah. And you aggro decks, like I said, you don't have no time to set up for this card. Most likely a 2/5 as well. No, I was second guessing on my score today. What the hell? Then let me think. 2/5 or 1/5? 1/5. I'm sorry, guys. I'm second guessing myself for so many of the cards, because oh my god, I did go through once with my friend the whole series. We think about it, but I don't know, when today I come and we think about some of the stuff again, it feels that the cards seem to get worse and worse by the second. I do remember we say, oh, this card can see play because some of the forest cards do really have some bounce, but you see pure Uma as a whole, there isn't much bounce stuff, and this card isn't that good, in my opinion. Okay, so yeah, 1/5 is utter trash, I guess. Not really much use. Next we have Haru Urara. Feat 1, racing start, this follower get +1/+1. This follower does not take damage this turn. Normal constructed, for any tempo deck, this is a +1 for sure. So it's a 2 mana 3/3 and can trade. Even control deck will play this, because 2 mana 3/3 rush doesn't take damage for this turn. So meaning that Rune cannot fire chain it on the turn that you want to trade. You cannot surefire bullet it. You cannot snipe this card. This card is strong, and it trades for free. So basically, if your opponent do have something tradable on the field, this card literally trades for free. With that said, I'll give it a 5/5 in a normal constructed, and a 5/5 for pure Uma as well, because this card is just strong. Able to trade for free is actually very, very strong. Blocking the instant of 1 damage. Yeah. So this card is very good. Definitely a 5/5 for me. And I think a lot of deck will be playing this card once Uma comes out in normal constructed and pure Uma. Okay, next you have Marvelous Sunday. So Feat 1, Fanfare, return one of your other cards in play to hand. Act 2 to your leader's defense. Will this see play? Yep, I will see this a 4/5 in normal constructed, because like I said, there is already a Harvest Festival amulet in the Rose Queen combo deck, and this card will help in the Rose Queen combo deck as well. So normally people just use Ancient Elf to bounce back the Harvest, but if you have this as well, you can also doubles as Ancient Elf. So basically you're playing 6 Ancient Elf or 5 Ancient Elf. Just that this doesn't have ward, but it heals 2, which is very strong against aggro deck during the early part of the game. That 2 HP do not undermine it, because that 2 HP against aggro deck can be the difference between winning and losing. And the fact that it's 2 mana 2/3, that means the stat is still pretty good. Really can make this card a considerable card in the combo Rose Queen. Yeah. And the other 1-drop they play is the Elf Chow Mei, I think. Yeah, the 1 mana 1/1 that Fanfare, you shoot 1 damage to a opponent's follower. You can actually bounce it back bounce back that card to be used again with this card as well. So there's very good potential combo for normal constructed for this card. However, in Pure Uma, I will say this is a 1. Yeah, so I only can see it being played with this amulet and nothing else. And like I say, if you're playing aggro or playing tempo, bouncing a card back to hand is quite bad. If you're playing control, yeah, you playing control, you still have to bounce something to gain back to just to gain 2 HP, and that means first of all you must have something to set up, and second of all you are wasting your turn 1 to play something like a follower to return, and you're not really getting much out of that return. That means you are actually wasting to 1 turn and wasting a turn of tempo just to get that 2 HP. Yeah, I don't see this being played in Pure Uma. Yeah, but however, normal constructed, there is a deck focus on Rose Queen, which is they call it the I can't remember what the Japanese call it, but they call it like all in. It's an all in Rose Queen deck basically, where you hard draw for all your Rose Queen components for the OTK with Roach. Yeah, so yeah, this card will more likely see play in a normal constructed. Okay, I also then need to add on that feed, right? You once you feed, you cannot evolve the turn. They both share the evolve once per turn effect. Yeah, so if once you feed, you cannot evolve your follower. If you evolve your follower, you cannot feed your follower. Okay, I need to add that as well because I forgot to add it during the beginning. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Ignis Fujin. Ignis Fujin or Ignis Fujin? I think it should be Ignis Fujin. 6 mana, 7/7, feed 1, rush, direct attack. Fanfare, choose another ally card, return it to hand. So 6 mana, 7/7. In terms of stats wise, it's okay, I guess. There isn't much very strong 7/7 card. Yeah, once you reach higher mana cost, right, the stats starts to become worse and worse because as stats become bigger, it shows that it's harder to remove, and stats becomes more valuable once it gets bigger and bigger. So they do have to counteract with giving followers less stats as the higher mana goes. So I'll say a 6 mana 7/7 is pretty good. However, the fact you do have to return an ally card. Oh, okay. I'll give this a 3 out of 5. However, in normal constructor, I'll give this a 1 out of 5. Because there's a lot better removal. A rush, the indirect attack is pretty good at removing stuff. However, I do not think that anybody is going to play in normal constructed, especially when there's a lot better cards for removal. For Pure Uma, I give this a 3 out of 5 because why I do this because of the effect of the English translation. Unless there's something wrong with the translation, this effect is actually pretty abusable. Yeah. So 6 mana 7/7 is good stats, as I've already said. The only bad thing is, and furthermore, it do have 2 keyword rush and direct attack, meaning you can remove most of the stuff on the board. The only problem is that you might need to return another ally cards to hand. However, you might. So if you have an empty field, you do not need to return another card, meaning you can play this on an empty board and you do not need to return any card, and you can just remove your opponent's follower. So that's the only reason why I give it a 3 out of 5. Yeah. However, it's no board wipe, it's not a card that will remove multiple stuff. That's why I'm not putting it any higher. Yeah, and there is a drawback that you might hit most of the time. Yeah. So that's why I give this a 3 out of 5. But I do see some ways that it can be played because the effect is return and choose another ally card. It's not return an ally card. If it says return an ally card, meaning that When you play her, she will just bounce back to hand. But if when the translation says that you choose another ally card, if there's no valid target, you do not need to return anything. So yeah, that's why I give this a 3 out of 5. So next we have Yukino Bijin 3 mana 3/3. Fit 1, ward, fanfare, return one other cards in play to your hand, gain +1/+1. Okay, for normal constructed, this is a 1. First of all, you already have Ancient Elf. Second of all, compared to other of these special 3 mana cards, where game breaking 3 mana cards, this lacks in every department. You are not trading very well with cards on the field. Getting +1/+1 at the cost of returning another card can be very costly as well. With that, and Pure Uma, I don't think this will see play as well. Yeah, even though you do have ward, even though yes, you can play around the return one card so that you don't need, you can play around with as a 3 mana 3/3 comes in as empty. 3 mana 3/3 comes in as it is on an empty board, meaning that you don't have to return anything. However, in my opinion, is that 3 mana 3/3, and even if you raise, you don't get +1/+1, and it's just a ward. It's not that good in my opinion. Yeah, you want ward, you play Haven. Later you'll see one Haven card. If you legit need a ward in Uma, that means you're playing a control Uma deck and you need a ward. You don't play this, you play the Haven card. At the cost of 1 mana instead of this to 3 mana. Spoiler alert. Okay, so next one we have Taiki Shutter. 2 mana 2/3. Oh, 2 mana 2/3, yeah, pretty good stats. Fit 1. This follower begin racing. When this follower comes back to hand from field, choose an enemy follower. Okay, let me change the English a bit. I think this might be goes back to hand from field, choose an enemy follower, deal 2 damage to it. A normal constructor, I'll give this a 1. I'll give this a 2 in pure Uma. Okay, so why I give this a 1 is because, like I said, 2 mana is too expensive to set up compared to Harvest Festival when it's 1 mana of Elf Chow Mei. I'd rather them than this. But in pure Uma, if you really do want to play a return card, you will need this card for sure. I quite like the stat because 2 mana 2/3 is hard to remove. Yeah, mainly because of that. No, I think I'll. What's I give this, right? No, this is 1 out of 5 because it's quite bad. This is 1 out of 5 because it's quite bad, even though you return. You still play in evolved deck. This one you play because of AoE board. Okay, I'll still give this a 2, yeah. Because that 2 damage potentially is very good. It's just that I won't give it any higher because I don't think there will be a very good bounce deck for pure Uma deck. And in normal constructed, it's just that it's too expensive to set up. Yeah, that's my feeling of this card right now. No, I might be wrong. Yeah, just saying I might be wrong for everything because all these are based on my opinion. It's just my opinion alone. So I might be wrong. I'm not the all-knowing. So I'll give this a 1 out of 5 and a 2 out of 5 for pure Uma. With that, I think we wrap up Forest. Forest seems pretty. Forest is either is very good or is very very bad. Seems like all the follower, yeah, for the pure Uma set. Most it falls off for the pure Uma set because there isn't much very strong card. No lah, I think Forest all in all feels quite bad. Even though the score might be a bit high for some, yeah, it still feels quite bad. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Royal, which is sword. So I have to use Royal because Japanese are using Royal instead of sword, and if I put sword, I don't think they are able to find anything from outside of Japan, though Japan do have a lot of more better content than mine, so oh well. Okay, so for Sword, the first evolved legendary, Tokai Teo, apparently it's a fan favorite, I think, or at least among my friend, it's a fan favorite. So it's a 5 mana 4/4, evolve for 2, feat 1, fanfare, choose an enemy follower, deal X damage to it. X is equal to the number of your follower in play times 2. And you also have when evolve against Storm. And for that normal constructed, this will be a 5. Why? Because first of all, if you think of this as a 7 mana card that gains Storms and remove a follower, why would you not? I mean, Tsubaki, yes, is 6 mana, but you can choose only one of the either one of its two effect, which is either you remove an enemy follower or you gain Storm. However, in this case, this is deal 2 damage at least to a follower and gain Storm at the cost of 1 extra mana, which I think this card is very good in normal constructed and will be played in normal Sword. Will it be a 3-off? It might be. Very highly it might be, because if you don't play this for its evolve, a 5 mana come down and able to deal damage to a card, it's actually also not that bad. Yeah. Furthermore, if you feat 1, that means 6 mana, remove one thing. No lah. Okay, I wouldn't say this is a 6 mana card. It's just a 5 mana card. Yeah. And you're able to remove something on the board for 5 mana, which I think is pretty good. And in Pure Uma deck, I will give this a 5 out of 5 as well, because like I said, I think that Pure Uma, what will work in Pure Uma deck will be a tempo or aggro. And there's another one that I think that might work will be a Nightmare and Rune discard control deck. These are the 3 decks that I think most likely will appear in the Pure Uma deck. This fits very well in both the aggro and tempo Uma decks. Yeah, because it is a game ender that is quite hard to answer. Yeah, and once you evolve, it's a 5/5. That means this card has dodged Surefire Bullet compared to Silent Shizuku. This completely dodge Surefire Bullets. However, both cards cannot be compared relatively the same, because both of them does different thing. And some people might agree that denying opponent draw can be very, very strong during the late game. Yeah. And then so with this, I think it's a 5 out of 5 card. I don't think that you can go any lower for this, because it's just too strong. A game ender that is quite hard to counter against. Yeah, and it can path away for itself. That's the problem. The ability to path away for itself is very, very scary. Yeah, so that's Tokai Teo, very strong. And then this card, I do not know my friend brainwashed me or what. At first, I find this card to be quite. I find this card to be very gimmicky. Yes, very gimmicky. That's the word I'm trying to find. So it's 8 mana 6/8. First of all, it's 8 mana in Sword. I mean, if you say how many is 8 mana in Dragon, oh well, I definitely will be playing this card. 8 mana in Sword, what the hell? Like, this is one of the most expensive cards in Sword that I've seen for now. Okay, it's 8 mana 6/8, feat 1, Bane, Ward, Aura, which everybody is complaining that Aura plus Ward is too strong, and then you give it Bane some more, meaning that this card can easily trade 2 for 1. And then you have this active, you tap this card, choose enemy leader or follower, deal 5 damage to it. And your opponent cannot respond to this 5 damage. Okay, first of all, Ward plus Aura. They compare it with Saber. Aurelia's Saber in Sword, the 5 mana 4/6 Ward. direct attack, and if there's 3 or more cards on the opponent's side of the field, it gains +2/+2 and aura. Yes, that card is hard to remove. However, it doesn't mean that that card is very strong. But the other argument is that card is strong. So Narita Brian is, hopefully I get it right. Narita Brian. I think this card is alright. Will I play this in normal constructed? Control sword maybe? But if you're playing control sword, first of all, you'll definitely be playing Leonidas. And you're playing this. You're just asking to be Bahamut by Dragon. You're asking to be Thermis by Haven. And maybe other control deck might not have an answer to this. But those top 2 control decks are already topping with AoE remover. And also, Haven is playing the Hair of Illusion also. That means this card will also get banished as well. Instead of going early, you want to go later against those decks. Okay. I'm actually quite but yeah, I legit do not know what to think of this card. Yes, Bane Ward Aura is very good keywords. In normal constructed, I only see this play in Control Sword. Will I play this in Tempo Sword? You might, because the deal 5 damage. However, any other like tier would be better to try to end the game. Yes, it does protect you in a mirror match. That means you do have aura and ward that your opponent cannot easily remove. And it does blocks Alexander, which is quite the sword favorite right now for remover. No, I'll still give this I think I'll give this a 3 in normal constructed. I can't go any higher than 3. No matter how good a keyword is, and yes, 5 damage is a strong card. It's a deck opponent cannot do anything if you just tap this card and do not attack. Yeah, it's quite hard to remove, and 5 damage is alright. However, I think if you compare this to Lucifer, and you say that this is as good as Lucifer, then this card might not be a solid 5 or a solid 4. The only reason why Lucifer was strong, because first of all, it's got ward and heal, which make it very strong against a lot of the aggro deck during that time of BPO1. As we see, once it reaches BTO2, like Lucifer is starting to drop off for many of the decks, because he just couldn't survive the removers that is being played in many control decks. Narita Brian might be able to block all the removers. However, Lucifer was not known for the deal 4 at the end of the turn. You get what I mean? So if Lucifer evolve trading a card and dealing 4 damage at the end of turn is not being well respected, I don't think this card will be as well, even though it might be harder to remove than Lucifer, yes. However, what makes Lucifer strong was the heal and ward, not the deal 4 damage. I mean, okay, and that's the reason why I'll give this a 3 out of 5. For pure Uma, I'll push this up to a 4. Because this is one of the bomb or game ender where it's hard to remove in a pure Uma deck. You might play one in a tempo deck to try to end the game with it, because you do not really have much other better cards in the deck that to try to end the game with. Yes, you can end the game with Teo or Silent Shizuka. However, in a tempo deck, I think you might want to play this because it's a good card on curve tempo. It's hard to remove, and yeah, there aren't many other solid choice for late game tempo cards for Uma right now, and this is just one of the better ones in my opinion. Yeah, so I give this a 4 out of 5 because I don't see people playing like 3 of it, but more like one or 2 of it is like Lucifer and Bahamut like that. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Pressured by the approaching hit, 2 mana spell, give an ally follower Storm. Then if it's Uma Musume follower, give it +1/+1. Okay, in normal constructed with sword, the sword have all the good cards already have Storm. You don't really need to give them any Storm. And discarding a card to give a follower, discarding a card and paying 2 mana to give it Storm is quite bad, to be honest. Yeah. However, I think if it's in normal Uma deck, it's more likely playable. A pure Uma deck, especially if it's aggro and tempo. There's much more of better card. However, how much did I give? Quick, tasty, fast. Yeah, fair enough. So this is the 4 because it deals 3 damage. The fact you only give +1/+1, I only can put this at 3 because I wouldn't play in the aggro deck. I won't play this over quick, tasty, fast. I'd rather play quick, tasty, fast than pressured by approaching hit. However, I do see some ways that people might want to play this because of a few combos. So I'll push this up to 3 from a 2, yeah. Because it might comes out as a deck to give some cards some decks a way to finish, yeah. So I'll give this a 3 out of 5. But in terms of aggro deck most likely won't be playing this because you rather play something else. Like quick, tasty, fast for the 3 damage because you just want to all in on damage and not the survivability of the follower. Okay, next we have a winning ticket, 3 mana 2/2. Feat 1, Storm. And then if inspection start and Narita tension in a graveyard, gain +3/+1. Normal deck, I'll give this a 1 out of 5 because I'll rather play Novice Trooper, which is a 3 mana 3/3 Storm. Even though it does gain +3/+1, however, you need 2 cards in your graveyard in order to make that happen. Yeah, I find that these other 2 cards might not be easily sent to the graveyard in aggro deck. So I give this yeah, and you're not most likely not playing them in any aggro deck. Aggro decks in normal constructed. So I'll give this a 1 out of 5. In constructed, I'll give this a 3 out of 5 because why is because it's still a Storm card. Uma, the Storm cards, they won. Yeah, there isn't a lot of Storm card, meaning that the pool is already that small. So you might just want to take every Storm card you have and just put it inside the deck. It might not be the strongest 3 mana 2/2 Storm. It might not be the strongest 3 mana Storm, however, it is still a Storm nevertheless, and it's still good in aggro deck. But I won't push it up any higher because yeah, there is actually a better card than this, yeah. And people might just play the better card, and then they play another 3 mana card such as the Forest card to gain back tempo instead of just stomping down and trading this card away for free. Yeah, so this is the reason why I give this a 3 out of 5. And then next you have 2 mana 2/2 Air Groove. Feat 1, Racing Start, gain +1/+1. Choose up to 1 other ally followers. Stand it. This turn, this follower can't attack any enemy. 1 out of 5. Yeah, 1 out of 5. Air Groove, right? So here's the problem with this card. Standing a card right now is a questionable mechanic. In fact, back when we play the CCG Shadowverse, there's no such thing as tapping and untapping. However, in Shadowverse Evolve, tapping and untapping seems to be a mechanic that one should master because it really changed the tide of battle. And untapping a follower, right, can be very questionable. Yeah, can be very questionable because there's deck that requires trading in order to remove something like Nightmare and Sword mainly. You need to in order for them to be in order for them to remove stuff, most of the time you might need to trade into them. However, for some other decks such as Dragon Haven, Forest, they don't really need to trade to. They do not really need to attack a attack follower to trade. Yeah, they can just either bounce it back or kills it with the effect. So this is actually a very big question mark in normal constructed, especially in sword. Furthermore, it's a 2 mana 2/2. Though the evolve against +1/+1 is not bad, I still have a bit of question on how strong can this card be. Like, yes, I can play Quick Blader and stand again, but however, against Rune, against Haven, there's no point in me standing the Quick Blader for now. With that said, I'll give it a 1 out of 5. I don't think this will see any play unless it is shown that standing a follower can be broken. Other than that, I don't see this card being played. And for pure Uma, I'll give this a 2 out of 5. I don't see, like I said, unless stand is very strong, I don't think it will see any play. But I pump it +1 because it combos with the Narita Brian, meaning that at 10 mana you are going to deal 10 damage, which is fine, I guess. But other than that, I don't really see this card being played at all. Okay, and then with next 3 mana 4/2, Haishin Amazon, Feed 1, Rush, Fanfare, pay another 3 mana, search for 3 mana Uma Musume follower from your deck and summon it. Normal constructed, I'll give this a 1. Okay, I'll give this a 2. Sorry. 2 primarily because of the Rush, meaning that it can act as a remover for 3 mana. Might not be the best, however, it's still a Rush. However, the second effect is just not going to be played. Will I give this 3? Okay, so Uma 3 cost, there is very strong 3 cost. However, paying 3, so I made a 6 mana. Okay, I'll put this as 3 because, like I said, 3 cost is the special. Usually 3 cost card are these 3 cost card have those special cards that can be game breaking and able to search one of them out. Like, for example, if I search this Ancient Flash from the deck and put it out on the field, it can actually helps a lot with removing stuff on the board. And with that, I'll give this a 3 out of 5. Won't give it any higher because it's still a very costly way to get another card out from the deck. Yeah, and during that late of the game, at around 7 mana, I guess, because 3 here, and now 1 more to pay the fit effect for the Uma. You might want to play other cards, in my opinion. Yeah, or there's other cards that can be much more efficient in removing the field or trading with the field, or you could be most likely be ending the game from there. Yeah, so I'll give this a 3 out of 5 only. Inspection start. Choose one of the following effect below. So pay 1 mana, you look at the top 2 of the deck, review and Uma cards among them, put it into your hand, put the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order. Uma card, so any Uma card is good. 2 mana, choose NB NW follower. So some of them have this BNW traits. If you look some of the cards like this one. So from your graveyard, put it into your hand. BNW, right? This trait, right, is exclusive to some of the Swordcraft card. I've not seen in any other of the classes for Uma. So returning any cards, I don't think you'll be returning any cards with this effect. And furthermore, it only can show Uma cards. So for normal constructed, this is 1 out of 5. However, for Uma, right, I'll see this a 4 out of 5 because I do see this being played in Nightmare, Rune, Discard, Control variant. Yeah. So turn 1, I think you might play 3 of this. So you might play 3 of this in your deck just to fill out your graveyard with Uma cards so that you can play the Nightmare spell later. Excuse me, which you will see later. Yeah, so basically this will help you filter your hand, and at the same time helps to increase the number of cards in your graveyard ASAP. Yeah, so this is one of the cards I think if you're playing the control variant of Pure Uma will most likely see play. A 4 out of 5 for me. Next, 3 mana 3/3. Symboli Rudolph. 3 mana 3/3 fit 1. And then last word search for Tokai Teal and add it to hand. Normal constructed, I'll give this a 2. Unlikely to be played. But the fact that you're able to search for Tokai, okay, no, I'll give this 1 out of 5. Because we already got Gem Staff Commander in the meta, I don't think we'll play this over Gem Staff Commander. And Gem Staff Commander is on Fanfare, and we can search for any Swordcraft card. This card, when it dies, which means that this card is vulnerable to banish, first of all. Second of all, it enters field, it doesn't really do anything compared to Gem Stuff, which comes in. Straight away, you can search for a Swordcraft follower, which you can be played after. This one, first of all, you have to fit this follower, and if you fit this follower, you're most likely not able to evolve the follower that comes down. So, with that said, I'll give this 1 out of 5 in normal constructed. In normal deck tempo, I will see this more of a play. I'll give this a 3. I think I will see this being played in a tempo deck because 3 mana 3/3 is still a good tempo, and I'll pay 1 to trade. And you can search for Teal and add it to hand is still quite good. And in a tempo deck, most likely you'll be playing 3 Teal in my opinion. So this card is pretty good in a pure Uma deck. Okay, next card, 1 mana 2/1, Pico Pegasus. Fit 1, Racing Start, choose an enemy follower at it. For normal constructed, is 1 out of 5 because we already do have the Swordsman for this. Yeah, so Swordsman, ETB, enter the battlefield, Fanfare, you already tap a card, and you can tap itself to tap a card, and that's the reason why Swordsman is a bit feared in is a bit feared by players, because if you leave it on the field, they can activate to proc Leonidas, or your opponent can tag your follower to make an efficient trade. Meanwhile, this one you have to feed it, and then it can act something. Make this card a bit weaker. And as well in Pure Uma, I find this card to be very weak because 2 mana 2/1. Yo, Andy, what's up? Yeah, MBNW, yeah, 2 cards only we have this trade. Yeah. Which is Narishita and winning ticket. Main part is to dig up winning ticket from the graveyard. And winning ticket power requires inspection and Narishita in graveyard for full effect. Yeah, I agree. Which is not that good. Yeah, sorry, I think there might be a delay in the stream, so you only see me like answering your question after a while. And yeah, with that, Pico Pegasus, let's go back to this. Pico Pegasus isn't that strong. Okay, it seems that there's a bit of delay only. Alright, so next we have Narita Taishin. 2 mana 3/2. This is basically the card that you are saying, right? As Hanaku was saying, is you need to send this to the graveyard. 2 mana 3/2 rush is not bad. The fit is technically useless because it already have rush on its own. In normal constructed wise, I'll say this is a 2 out of 5 because it is a remover. However, other than a remover is nothing else. Yeah. And the stat is pretty good as a remover card as well. As a 2 mana 3/2, meaning it can kill any of the 3 mana cards. Can easily fight with any of the 3 mana cards as well. My only problem is that it doesn't have direct attack. And yeah, sometimes it just comes in as a 2 mana 3/2 without any effect. I'll give it a 2 out of 5, given if there's a need for Sword to play 2 mana remover to trade efficiently, this card might comes in. However, we do have a Soul Sword Swing and Surefire Bullet in the meta that this card might not even see play. And for pure Uma deck, I'll give this a 3 out of 5 as well, because it's just good in a tempo deck. Wait, never mind. I'll give this a 2 out of 5 as well. In a tempo deck, you might want to play this. However, at the same time, Rune do have pretty good spell removers that if you're playing pure Uma, you might just outright play those Rune spell instead of this card. Okay, let's move on to the next one. 2 mana, 3/2 also. Fuji Kiseki. Fit 1. Activate, pay 3 PP and add this card, sorry. Choose an enemy follower, deal 3 damage to it. 1 out of 5 in normal constructed. Even in pure Uma is 1 out of 5 because it's too costly to remove a card. First of all, you have to pay 3 mana, and then you still have to tap this card, meaning that this card will most likely be removed the next turn. I'd rather play Assassin compared to this one in a normal constructed, with Assassin ability to tap another follower, so that she can remove one of the tap follower with the effect and trade into another follower. Meanwhile, this only remove one stuff. And furthermore, you pay 3 PP and tap this, meaning that it cannot trade even if you feel it. So that's the reason why I only give it a 1 out of 5. And for pure Uma, the same idea. It's just too costly to play this card. I would rather play Narita Taishin than play this card. And the last card for Royal, 4 mana 4/4, fit, and it already got Bane on its own. For normal constructed, I'll give this a 2 out of 5. Pure, right, I'll give this a 3 out of 5 as well. It might see play, it might not see play, depending. Why I give this a 2 out of 5 is because I do see this card as a deck tag against aura cards such as Narita Brian. If legit Narita Brian becomes a very strong card, I think people will be citing this to counter against Narita Brian. However, if Narita Brian isn't a thing, this card will not see any play. Yeah. And 3 out of 5 in pure Uma, just in case they have to deal with Narita Brian. Yeah. Okay. I just realized that I have not shared this anyone with link, so I'll copy the link. How does this cause what others? Okay, so in normal constructed, right, in Sword, there's only two other Bane card. One Bane card was from the trial deck, which is a 3 mana. Is it 2 mana or 3 mana, 3/2 or 3/3? And you still have to pay 1 to gain Bane. Then the second one will be Samurai. Samurai is a 2 mana 3/2. Pay 3 on Fanfare. It gains Storm and Bane. However, for this one, it's just that it's a bigger follower and a 4 mana Bane, meaning that your opponent cannot easily trade into it. If they evolve and trade, they are feeling 1. Yeah. At the same time, I quite like the stats lah. The only reason why I give it a bit higher is because I quite like the stats. That 4 mana 4/4, it can trade and still survive. Yeah, but that's the main reason for this lah. The fit one, meaning that it's also a plus because we need to remember that you can get evolve point going second, and the evolve point can be used as the fit cost. Yeah, so meaning that if opponent manages to somehow cheat out a card that has aura, this card can be a remover. Yeah, sorry, I need to add this to the stream. Sorry, description. I wonder if I can add it to the description or not right now. Okay, I'll add this here. The review list. Sorry, one moment. Okay, I've added the Excel file for the review list in the description. For anybody who is interested, you can go down and have a look. Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is Witch or Rune. So Witch or Rune, right? First evolve follower. Evolve legendary follower, sorry. You got Agnes Techion. I hope I'm pronouncing right. So this card 2 mana 2/2, 1 to evolve, feat 1. Whenever you play a spell card, choose enemy follower, give it -1/-1. Evolve, choose a spell card from your graveyard, put it into your hand. And you still also have the ability that whenever you play a spell card, choose an enemy follower, give it -1/-1 also. So for this card, right, I'd say it's more of a tempo spell boost card. So most likely this will be played for Daria, in my opinion. So Daria right now seems like the better spell boost deck right now. That's my opinion on it. And with that said, I'll give this a 4 out of 5 for normal constructed, because I can easily see this being played in Daria. Yeah. And I think you will play 1 evolve to either trade, or if not for trading, right, you can actually take back a card from your graveyard. So one good example could be that in Daria you manage to get this out, you can cheat in 1 dimension shift in the deck, so that if any chance you get dimension shift in your EX area by Daria, or dimension shift is sent to the graveyard, you can actually take back the dimension shift, and then after that it will give you an extra turn, and then you can kill your opponent from there. So this card is actually very, very strong. And returning a spell card from your graveyard is not something to be undermined, because Merlin is an example of why it could be strong. Just that the reason why Merlin is better is because Merlin casts it from the graveyard. However, it does something that Merlin cannot do, which is bring back the dimension shift. That's my view on this card. That's why I give it a very high 4 out of 5. It's just that this card is hard to fit inside the OTK spell boost deck, in my opinion, because OTK spell boost deck, they would rather discard stuff than to control board with a follower. Yeah. Well, with that, I'll give this a 4 out of 5 for constructed. And also another reason why I didn't give it a 5 out of 5, because this card can be easily removed, and this card does nothing in a control V control matchup. Yeah, that's my only problem with this card. But in a tempo deck, this card I think will be more or less be good enough. And then next, for pure Uma score, I will give this a 5 out of 5, because I will see this being played in the control rune and nightmare discard variant. Yeah, this will definitely be played in the control nightmare rune, because the deck itself will be sending cards from hand and decks to the graveyard very fast, and it's randomized, so that you do not know what are the cards that will be sent. And you need the 5 mana spell to win the game. There's no other way of going around it. You legit need the 5 mana spell to win the game. And with that, having the ability to take back the spell is very strong. Yeah. So I think this is a 5 out of 5 in the discard the mulligan and discard variant control. Yeah. So next, for the next legendary, we have the Tawa Scarlet, 4 mana 3/4, feat 1. As long as this card is in the field, when you will play Uma spell for the first time this turn, reduce that spell cost by 1. When you play a spell, if it is the 3rd spell played this turn, choose an ally Uma Musume follower, give it and this follower storm. Fanfare, search for an Uma Musume spell from your deck, put it into your hand. So there is a Uma Musume spell that costs 1, which can be easily cheat out for 0 because of the first because of the effect. Yeah, because of the first effect, yes. However, to play 3 spell might be a bit hard to reach, even in a Daria deck. Hitting the 3 spell means that you might need to go a bit later than one could expect. Yeah, it might be a bit later before this card. Okay, this card combos might how do I put this? Okay, when this card fully combos, right? This card has already fallen out of its the turn that it will be good. Cause you want this to be good during the early. So let's say you're like turn 5, turn 6, you want this with an arm follower to gain Storm. However, in order to get a full combo of giving a card Storm and this Storm, you might need to go like turn 8 or turn 9, where you play 3 spell, you play this, and you play another follower and give it Storm. This card is a very, very big question mark for me because there is another card to cheat this out, but a big but I don't think it's really good, even though you want to cheat it out. Yeah, it's very conflicting with what you wants to do. The combo and the because okay, let's say if there's forest that there's a lot of good spells that cost 1, right? Yeah, if forest there's a lot of good spell that cost 1, right? You could say that forest combo deck, then most likely I will play this forest with Ghost City, etc. But if it's on its own in a rune deck, it really is very hard to pull off that. Yeah, like what Hana said, it could be a possibility OTK style with Voka, but it's very costly. It is possible, but the cards you have to get right, it's very very how do I say it? You just have to hit all the combo cards, which is very hard to pull off. So I think you might need 2 Dawa Scarlet and 2 Voka, and you need to play spells, 3 spells, and then they'll be able to do 3 plus 3, 6. Sorry, this one game. Okay, you might not need two Dawa Scarlet. I think you might just need okay, you might need Dawa Scarlet, Voka, and maybe a few more stuff. I think you might need another Voka Sapphire. Let me think. The Voka double comes down. Okay, so still you only got 3 and 3. However, whenever you play a spell against +2/+2. So 3, 3, 6, you need to play 7 spell in order to hit 20. Hit 2 spell Dawa Scarlet Voka. Okay, Dawa Voka for 6. You play 2 spell, you hit for 10. Third spell, you hit for 12. Okay, so the combo you can able to hit 12, but in my opinion, you just have to have all the right cards, which can be a bit challenging. If let's say I have Dawa Scarlet plus Voka and I play 3/1 mana card, there's potential OTK. However, in my opinion, it's just so hard to pull off that combo. It's not worth. In normal constructed, I'll give this a 1 out of 5. OTK spell boost rune could do the OTK a lot more consistent and faster than this. And in a pure Uma deck, I'll give this a 1 as well. I don't see this can go any higher, to be honest. Because first of all, drawing cards in Uma is already a thing. Is already a problem. Yeah, if you want to discard 3 spell, and a lot of the spell in Uma requires you to target something. Yeah, and yeah, I highly doubt you'll be able to pull this off with a pure Uma deck as well. No, you cannot use quick, tasty, fast, because quick, tasty, fast, right? You have to target a storm follower. They do not have storm until you play the third spell. Yeah, that's the problem, Hana. Yeah, I see your equation there, but that's the problem. Yeah, and quick, tasty, fast. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Yeah. So, This card is just very bad lah, in my opinion. This legendary is very very bad right now. I can see where they are going with this. However, it's just that bad. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Let's not freak over this card because this card is just a bad design card in my opinion. Okay, the next card, Dance, Glamour, and Festival. Constructed 5 out of 5. Pure Uma 5 out of 5. Reason being 4 damage. If there's an ally Uma Musume, if you're playing Pure Uma, it's still 5 damage. And it can be played in OTK spell boost where you use the Uma variant to set up the early game. And it's still dealing 4 damage. It's kind of better than Surefire Bullet in a way if you're playing the Uma variant starting for the discard for the normal constructed. And Pure Uma, you want to play this in every deck because it's a 2 mana remover. This is one of the cards that if you can get your hand on 3, if you're planning to play Pure Uma, get it ASAP. This is just a very good remover card and nothing more and nothing less to say about this card. Okay, next Vodka. Okay, Vodka, right, was a very questionable card. Because if Dawa Scarlet was 2 mana, this card would be good. But Dawa Scarlet is 4 mana, meaning that I have to play Dawa Scarlet at 4 and then play Vodka at after during the on turn 4. Yes, it does flood the field, but yeah, it just feels a bit awkward. Though you do flood the board lah, I would say that. And whenever you play a spell, give +1/+1 to everything on the board. With that said, right, I will give this a 2. Okay, 1 out of 5 for normal constructed because I don't see that you will play this in a lot of rune deck. A lot of rune you have to play tempo, and playing tempo there's 2 routes. There's either the Daria way and the Dirt Rune. And Dirt Rune most likely you won't be playing this combo. Daria, will you be playing this combo or not? Maybe. However, at the same time, you must play a lot of Uma Musume follower to make this good. In Uma deck, right, I'll give this a if it's a tempo card and you do play a quite distant number of spells, this card can actually be played. It's actually quite strong. Give this a 3 out of 5 in pure Uma deck because this card can easily snowball out of nowhere. Meaning that playing pure Uma, right, you flood the board and then whenever you play a spell, all game +1/+1. If your opponent do not remove this card, it's just going to snowball outright. And at the same time, right, I want to remind everybody that it gives all ally Uma Musume follower +1/+1, meaning it gives itself +1/+1 as well. It will be the best if you can get Daria Scarlet and this out, and then you start playing spell. Okay, with that said, I think I'll give Daria Scarlet a 2. With that being said, I'll give Daria Scarlet a 2 out of 5 because you can combo with Vodka, and then in this sense you will be able to flood the mid-range tempo deck. Yeah, so on turn 4 you'll play Vodka and another 1 mana spell so that all your cards get +1/+1, so they get quite big as well, and they gain rush mode, meaning that they are able to trade. The reason is I won't put it any higher for Dawa Scarlet is because Dawa Scarlet is dependent on Vodka to be good. Meanwhile, Vodka can be good on its own because of the last effect, in my opinion. Yeah, the give +1/+1 whenever you play a spell still is good, even if you do not have Dawa Scarlet on the field. This is my first time seeing a legendary that's so dependent on the go. Okay, maybe not the first time lah. Before that, there's Flame and Glass, but it's a totally whole different story, where Flame and Glass is actually good because of Flame. The small parts of Flame and Glass is actually good because of Flame and Glass, not because Flame and Glass is good because of the small part. But both need to coexist in order to do that big damage. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Xeno Rob Roy. So 1 mana 0/2. A questionable card already. Whenever an ally follower begin racing, look at the top 4 of your deck, review an amulet or spell among them, and add it to your hand. Okay, just try to change something. Add it to your hand. Place the rest into the bottom of your deck in any order. Well, this is pretty bad. Yeah, pretty bad. Not gonna lie. I don't really see this card being played, I'm not gonna lie. In a normal constructed. 2 out of 5 for pure Uma, because other than with Voka, I don't really see that there will be much people playing with this card. This card control variant will not be running this because it's too costly. Yeah, because you have to raise a follower, that means you have to pay 1 for them. And if you don't raise this card, it just on the field is a 1 mana 0/2, doesn't do anything. And checking the top 4 card of your deck, right? If you do not hit the amulet or spell, you put the rest at the bottom of your deck. So there's chance of you missing the search. And at the same time, what some people will say that currently in Shadowverse, there's not a lot of way to shuffle your deck, meaning that once you put the card at the bottom of your deck, you might jam your win con. Yeah, so you put your win con at the bottom of the deck, it's gonna be a problem. So with that said, I'll give this a 2 out of 5. If this will look at the top 4 and put it at the top of your deck again, this might be a bit higher, but if put below the deck, this is a 2 out of 5. And the only reason why it's 2 is because you can play Voka to search for a spell. Yeah. And the spell could be will be very good for this type of tempo deck. Okay, so the next card is Agnes Digital. 1 mana 2/1. Feat. Begin race feat 1. So racing start, draw a card, discard a card from your hand. Normal constructed, I'll give this a 3 out of 5. The only reason why it's not it's not 4 because some people might prefer the penguin and the crate version for the discard OTK variant. However, the reason why it's still good is because if you are playing the Uma variant within this card and another card at the bottom, I think you'll want to play Agnes just to enable those spell. Yeah, even though it might not be as good as Crate or Penguin, but it's the reason why you want to play this over them is to enable those Uma spell. And in a pure Uma deck, this is a 5 out of 5 because this is one of the main component as well for the discard control variant, in my opinion. Yeah, because the draw 1 and discard card will be helping you to filtering to flood your graveyard with Uma cards for the 5 mana Nightmare card. Okay, so next one, Long Night with Witch Apprentice. 1 mana, choose an alive enemy follower, deal 2 damage to it. If there's a running follower on your field, deal 3 damage instead. Okay, so like this one was a 5 out of 5. This card will be a 4 out of 5 in normal constructed. And the only problem I have with it is because you need a follower to be running in order to deal 3. But as a 1 mana, deal 2 damage and quick spell, this actually suffice most of the time. Okay, with that said, I'll give this a 5 out of 5, sorry. I'll give this a 5 out of 5 because currently the meta for OTK spell boost is they play Snipe. And if they are willing to play Snipe, they are willing to play this card with a potential extra of dealing 1 damage. Yeah. So with that said, this is a 5 out of 5 for normal constructed. 5 out of 5 for pure Uma as well. It's a very good removal card. If you are willing to play Snipe, like some of the deck are willing to play Snipe to counter against aggro, you'll be willing to play this in every Uma deck. It's the same thing as Dance, Glamor, and Festival. It is just a very strong remover card. This Long Night with the Witch Apprentice. It's just a very strong remover. Okay, next you have this 9 mana 7/7 Nakayama Festa. Feat 1. Fanfare, deal 5 damage to all enemy follower and leader. Discard all card from your hand. I, I don't know what to tell you, man. Discarding all card from your hand. You already do not have draw, you still want to discard all card from your hand. Potentially it's a game ender, but as 9 mana, dude, I rather, if in pure Uma, I rather play Brian. Why would I play this card? Dude, it's was so bad. What is this? This card drag? No, it's not. Yeah, this. If you don't end the game by then, you outright lose. And 5 damage. Dude, I'd rather play Brian of all things. Come on. Brian does the same. He shoots 5 damage. It's just that it doesn't clear the field. But it's so much earlier. Okay, it's earlier than this. And it's harder to remove. Well, 9 mana, 7/7, no what, no aura. Once it get removed by execution, you don't need to play, right? You're done for the day, right? Yeah, this card is just bad. 1 out of 5 for both. Holy shit, this is just a filler card. I don't understand that. Wow. What? But this card will be interesting in Take 2, or what we call drafting. Yeah, this card will be interesting in drafting, yeah. But definitely not in any of the constructed format. The drafting is where players, they open a few packs and then they just make a deck on the spot. If you played Magic before, you know what drafting is like. If you do not, I suggest you look it up because it is a very fun format, but expensive format to add on. Yeah. So next we have this one. 2 mana 2/1. Tonsen Jordan. Fit 1. Last word, choose a spell from your graveyard, put it into hand. Normal constructed 1 out of 5 because like I said, last word is a very bad card in the beginning. 3 out of should I give 4? Okay, 4 out of 5 in pure Uma deck because this card I think will be played in the discard variant, control discard variant where you need to search out the spell, or playing multiple of the spell is good, meaning that you play this, you evolve to trade, you get the spell back and play the spell to discard your opponent's hand. This card will be good. Just that you won't play 3 of this because at the start, this card does literally nothing for you. Yeah. And like I said, last word is still not a very good keyword most of the time. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Kawakami Princess. 4 mana 4/4 fit 1. Fanfare, discard a card from your hand. Why is it a discard again? Choose an enemy follower, deal 4 damage to it. Is this good? In constructed? No. You don't want to discard any card for free, even though it deals 4 damage. Come on, Amelia does it for 4 mana, and the fact you can put a 3-cost card as not as well, but as a choice compared to dealing 4 damage, it's so much better than this. Come on. For pure Uma, I'll give this a 2 out of 5. Yeah, wait till I go to Dragon. Yeah, later I'll see Dragon. I remember the Dragon do have some very screw up effect as well. But however, 2 out of 5 because we might see this in Temple Uma. Most unlikely not, but you might see this in Temple Uma if there's not really very good other cards. Very unlikely lah, but you might see this lah. Because people just want to remove something on the board, they might play this. At the same time, I think you can cheat this out with another follower. I think from Dragon. Yeah, Dragon can get this out as well. Yeah, but for now, I legit don't think this card is any good. Pure Uma 2 no, I'll give it 1 out of 5 in Pure Uma. There's no point in this. Hey, this card you want to deal 4, what? And his enemy follower, if you say this kind of card deal 4 to enemy, I would say that this will be a 2 out of 5. In fact, I'll bring up to 3 out of 5. The fact that you can shoot face for 4 damage is quite a lot at the cost of discarding a card. But discarding a card to deal 4 damage to enemy follower, why not just make it discard a card and destroy one enemy follower? I would much rather play Okay, maybe that would be too strong. Yeah, that would be stronger than execution. But then again, discarding a card to deal 4 damage. No, this card is not that good. Yeah, 1 out of 5, even in pure Uma. I don't think people will just play this in the tempo deck. Yes, why not just play Dance Glamour Festival at 2 mana instead, bruh. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Narita Top Road. 3 mana, 3/3, feat 1, begin racing. This card get +1/+1, draw 2, discard a card from your hand. Okay, so for constructed, right, I'll say this 4 out of 5. You might see play in the Spell Boost OTK variant. Yes, it's more expensive at cost of 4. That's why I put it as a 4. But the draw 2, discard a card, you cannot undermine that. Okay, first of all, 3 mana is able to trade if you feed it. Okay, because you get +1/+1. That means it's same as any other evolve card. But the draw 2, discard a card is actually very strong for Spell Boost OTK because it is a +1 card. At the same time, it helps to filter their hand by drawing 2 and discarding 1. It's actually quite strong. Yeah. And I think this will be a must play in the discard control variant as well. No matter what, this card will be strong in that deck. Yeah. So all in all, this card is quite good. 2 mana 2/2 Admire Vega. Feat 1. Activate this card. Choose a spell that costs 2 or less from your hand. Place it in the EX area. When you will play that card this turn, its cost becomes 0. With that said, I will say this is a 3 out of 5 in normal constructed. Why? Because when I'm discussing with my friend, right, we were saying that this card at first looks very, very bad. But if you play this card with Daria, it's a whole different story. Mainly because this card casts the spell for free. It spell boosts your graveyard faster. And at the same time, for Daria, sending this card to the graveyard and the spell to the graveyard is a spell boost 2. Yeah, it is a spell boost 2 count. So this card, not spell boost, sorry, spell chain 2. Yeah. So this card is actually not that bad. But you won't go any higher because first of all you have to tap this card, and you only can choose something that's 2 cost or less from your hand. But normally it more or less 2 cost or less card is pretty good because you got Dance Glamour Festival and the Long Night with Witch Apprentice is usually more than enough. It's just that you have to use it this turn. I mean, meaning that if you end your turn, right, the card just goes to the EX area and the cost becomes 2 again. Yeah. In normal constructed, in pure Uma constructed, I will give this a pure Uma constructed. Will I give it any higher? No, I think pure Uma constructed, I'll give it the same. Mainly because for the Nightmare 5 mana card, this card acts as another like a count towards the Uma cards, I guess. Yeah, the play card distance limit, yeah. So a 3 out of 5 for pure Uma as well. People rather prefer to send cards to the graveyard than to play this and no, 2 out of 5. I think pure Uma is a 2 out of 5. I don't think I'll go quite any higher. It's 3 out of 5 for Daria because for Daria it's a different story where you might want to empty your hand ASAP. With Daria, you can actually reduce your hand. Yeah, if you can use it free all the way, Daiwa will literally have a field day. Yes, this is the reason. And I mean, this card can combo with Dawa, but Dawa itself is a very weird card already. And you do have to tap this, so meaning that Dawa cannot combo with this. Because once you give this Storm, this already tap is useless. Yeah, this is a 2 out of 5 for pure Uma. Because pure Uma, you can play the Nightmare cards that helps to discard to help the 20 Uma card combo, but definitely not for this. Definitely they will not rather have played this card. I will play this card in Daria to discard my hand, but I have to see if Daria does have problems flooding the board and discarding the hand. If they do not have the problem, because Daria, the main problem is that first of all, you need to ensure that you can get Daria up. That means you can search for Daria, or you can draw until you get Daria. And then once you play Daria, you want to ensure that you do not have cards in hand to get the most out of it. And if you can, like this, you can banish as little cards from your hand as possible. You can discard as little card from your hand as possible, which will most likely be better. But at the same time, it might jam the EX area because Daria is fill the EX area until full. Okay, I think I'll give it a 2 out of 5. Okay, Daria, it might jam the EX area for Daria, so this might not even be C play in Daria. Yeah, Daria might rather play like all this, Agnes and Narita top road than to play this. Yeah, sorry. I think this is a 2 out of 5 for every text. It's unlikely to see play, even though the card effect is not that bad. However, it's just in all the decks that I see, it can be in. There are either better cards or as it can help, but at the same time, it acts as a double-edged sword. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, it's Dragon. So the first card for Dragon is Special Week, the Evolve Legendary. So 2 mana 2/2, Evolve 1, Fit 1, Fanfare. Look at the top card of your deck. You may reveal an Uma Musume card from among them and add it to your hand. And when Evolve, Overflow is active for you. All of your other Uma Musume followers get +1/+1. One question for Bushiroad and Saigin. Where the fuck is the RAM? Where the fuck is the RAM for Uma? Like, dude. Wait a minute. Wait, I didn't. No, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I finished Dragon. Oh my god, I think I've made a mistake, guys. Sorry, Andy, I might need your yeah, I might need to use your document. I will give you a bit of a credit later. Sorry about that. Yeah, I might need to use your document because for some reason I think they didn't capture the cards that I added in for some of the cards. Or either that or I forgot while while doing other stuff last night. So alright guys, please sorry, give me a moment. I didn't expect myself to fuck up this badly. No, actually I did copy and paste those cards, but for some reason the Excel didn't save that copy. Oh my god, this is gonna give me a bit of a problem. Okay, sorry, one moment now. I'm gonna add in. I'm very sorry that I'm taking your time like this, but I have no other choice but do this right now. Okay, maybe not. I'll just do from the card review instead. Yeah, I'm very sorry that this happened. King Halo. I'll just do a very fast one. Okay. Okay, maybe as the card go on, then I'll just do the adding on. Sorry, one moment. Copy image, paste. Oh, can't believe something like this fucked up. Happens. Pretty sure I added all this card in last night. Yeah, I remember seeing this card. That's why I say Kawakami Princess. Yeah. Okay, never mind. So let's go back to Special Week. Very sorry for the delay. Special Week, right? Like I say, where is the RAM cards for Dragon for this set? I've legit don't know what to tell you about about this. Like, where are the RAM cards? Okay, I'll give this, okay, in a normal constructed, I'll give this a 1 out of 5. Because this card is mainly for pure Uma decks. But for pure Uma, I'll give this a 4 out of 5. Mainly because yes, it kind of filter itself. Meaning that you play this, you look at the top of the deck. If it's Uma card in a pure Uma deck, you literally just play this, draw one. You won't miss it. In a normal constructed, you don't get anything out of it at all. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, you don't get anything out of it from at all. Well, unless you are playing a very heavy Uma early game, I highly doubt this will be good. At the same time, it's only looking at the top of your deck, meaning that if you're playing a normal constructed mixed with other cards, you might not hit the card that you want. And furthermore, when you evolve, right? First of all, you need overflow to be active. Then you only give Uma Musume for roll +1/+1 and doesn't give anything else +1/+1. So only all your other Uma Musume follower as well. Okay, with that said, right, I'll give it a 3 out of 5. Because it's other Uma Musume and not including her. Like, I do feel that Voka is a better card than this one in a sense, especially when there's no RAM in this set. Yeah, this card is literally made to show off that Dragon plays RAM, so we need a RAM card in. We need a card that use that mechanic in the expansion. They just need one card for that class that uses that mechanic for the class identity, which I think is quite badly designed in my opinion. And I do understand why they don't add a. Okay, so if people are complaining that why doesn't Uma have a RAM card? Let me put this to you. If there is a RAM card for Uma, right, for Dragon, what deck do you think won't run it? Yeah, that's the question posed to you. What deck do you think won't run a RAM card? If you ever play the CCG, this card called Ramiel, Ramiel, for 2 expansion, Ramiel has been not 2 expansion, for Ramiel had come out in 2 set. And in that 2 set, right, Ramiel is played in almost every deck that is tempo and control. The ability of Ramiel is that if you have more evolve point for a follower, and this card to evolve, gain an extra evolve point. Sorry, gain an extra play point op. Gain an anti-play point op, meaning that you get to RAM. It comes to the fact that Dragon will play this, Sword will play this, Nightmare will play this, just to gain the edge over opponent with that 1 extra mana. So if they really put a RAM in Uma, right, for Dragon, right, every Uma deck will be running the RAM, except for aggro decks. But aggro deck might even play it. Might. Okay, with that said, the reason why I give it a 3 out of 5 because it's other Uma Musume follower doesn't include itself. And overflow is very, very hard to hit for Uma decks. But there's a possibility of seeing this being played for the 2 mana draw 1. So you play this 2 mana 2/2, but you don't play the evolve at all. Or you play one of it. It's literally is this the same as one of the 2 mana cards? Is there a 2 mana card that search or draw a card or something? No, right? Let me try to remember and see if there's any card. Okay, don't have. Okay, so don't have. So it's just a 2 mana draw 1, which is fine on its own. Okay, so next you have another legendary Oguri Cap. Okay, this one is a very highly debated card. I remember when this came out, the local community of mine, we were discussing about this card. Well, 6 mana for 4, feat 1, feat 2, feat 3. So feat 1, 2, 3 means that you pay 3 mana, you pay 2 mana or 1 mana as you feed the carrot to it. Once you feed it carrot, you cannot feed it again. So you just need to remember that. And racing start, right? It gains +2/+1. So depending on how many times it race, because there's a possibility of it racing twice. But once it raced twice already, right? It cannot race anymore. Yeah. So not sorry. Once it race already, it cannot race anymore. Okay. Racing twice means that it race start 3 times and that's it. You cannot attempt to restart anymore after you use the feed. Basically, you cannot feed it anymore once you feed it once. Yeah. You can restart multiple times, but you only can feed once. My opinion why Dragon is disgusting still stand in a game where PP is always an advantage because literally more resources to use. Increasing more play point in one turn is a big advantage for Dragon. Yes, and I think I also did give my opinion that Dragon is very strong. I said this in other videos, I guess. Dragon is very strong because right now play point is can be used for evolve point as well. And in Shadowverse, evolving is the backbone of the game, and evolving can really change a lot of stuff. Yeah, especially in a game of where it's mostly tempo. Having the play point and able to evolve and evolve affects tempo plays very greatly. Dragon becomes a very strong card, very strong class. Okay, with that said, let's go back to Augury Cap. So as I said, once you feed it once, you cannot feed it again. Strike. So deal 3 damage to all enemy follower when he attacks. Okay, and then Fanfare. You can choose to discard 2 cards from your hand and then gain Storm. Yeah, the Hana just like you said. Yeah, it's literally getting more starting cash button. Okay, so this card you might not play for this card too. I think you'll be played for the fit one. Yeah, that's my opinion on it. Okay, so with that said, right, will you play this over Forte? I highly doubt. So in normal constructed, right, I will give this a. Let me think about this. The thing is that, right, Dragon, right, there isn't much turn 7 card. Before that, in Ram Dragon, turn 7 is filled with Lucifer. But Lucifer has fallen out of favor, and people will just rather play more control-ish where they try to get out Bahamut or try to end with Forte. Whereas a Forte is a much more safer way to end the game against other control deck. Augury Cap is not really a game ender in my opinion because it's too costly to be a game ender. First of all, feed it 3, you pay 3 mana, meaning that this is already at 9 mana. And 9 mana and discard to deal 10 damage. Why wouldn't I just play Genesis Dragon instead? At lesser the cost. Alright? And yeah, Genesis Dragon feels a lot more stronger. But as a board wipe, I can see this being played as a 7 mana. As a board wipe. Because it's 2+1 and deals 3. Oh. Okay, so it deals 9 damage. It literally can remove an Aegis. But it cannot really remove Aegis unless Aegis is tapped. And if Aegis is tapped, most of the time Aegis have indestructibility. Or there's a ward to protect it. Okay, with that said, right, I think Augury Cap is a... Will I give it a 3 or not? Do I really give it a 3? What about 2? I'll give this a 2. I'll give this a 2 lah. My opinion on this is that it's very unlikely to be played. Okay, never mind. I'll give it a 3. I'll give it a 3. This might or might not be played. I can see this being played as a remover, but and doubles as a game ender. But yeah, it's just too costly sometimes. And this card dragon might want to try this. I got a feeling that they might try this over Genesis. They might, because Genesis is beyond 9 mana. Meanwhile, this can come in a lot earlier and still deals quite a good chunk of damage. And this card too can also enable the Dragomancer Rite as well. So you might see this being played in discard dragon, most probably discard aggro dragon. But I don't think you'll be seeing 3 of it. I think you'll more likely be seeing 1 of it, because this can double as a AoE remover, especially when the meta have the Haven 1 mana 3/3 card with what. So this card will be an answer for that card as well. Okay, with that said, in pure Uma, right, I'll give this a 4 out of 5 actually. Mainly because there isn't much bot wipes in Uma set. So if you want a bot wipe, this is the only card you can go for. And unlike the 9 mana card for Rune, alright, you don't have to discard your whole hand. Yeah, so this is a card you might see being played in tempo deck as well, if they want a bot wipe. Yeah, a tempo deck that goes a bit more later on. I will see people playing as this, and this card can double as a finisher as well. So I can see this being played in a Uma deck. But I don't think it'll be a 3. I think it'll be a 2 off, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay, so next you have the 7 mana spell, Passion Championer. At the start of your main phase, choose an enemy, follower, or leader. Oh, sorry, this is an amulet, sorry. At the start of your main phase, choose an enemy, follower, or leader, deal 4 damage to it. Fanfare, if there's another Uma Musume card on the field, choose an enemy, follower, deal 4 damage to it. Okay, this card is pretty new release. So, unless there is a change to the text, we shall take it as it is, because oh, sorry. Okay, no, sorry. My mistake. I thought you said another Uma Musume card on the field. You already specified another ally Uma Musume card on the field, so it only counts towards your own Umi cards. My bad. But this card, right? This card is pretty nice. Yeah. This card is actually pretty good. Okay, in normal constructed, right? I thought this was a spell. This is an amulet. Okay, it makes the whole thing a lot different. Okay, if this is an amulet, I'll give this a 3. 3 out of 5. Because this is a clock for your opponent. 5 turns, and they will die. The only reason why it's not any higher is because, first of all, execution is being played in the meta right now because of Leonidas. At the same time, Bahamut is also a thing. So, this card, right, still plays into Bahamut, still plays into execution, and you need a turn to set up. And the thing is that it doesn't deal 4 damage to an enemy when you play it. It only deals at the start of your main phase. Yeah, so a bit gimmicky, but however, these are some of the cards that actually will make a control deck very, very strong, because the recurrent damage is actually something to be afraid of. And the thing is that Lucifer was easily removed because you can trade into it. But as an amulet, it's a bit harder to remove. But there's still removal in the meta right now to remove this card. It's just that it's a bit harder to remove, that's all. I feel that this is a costly Dragomancer, right? Maybe for Dragon this is too costly, but for Uma deck this is like a turn, it's like a 3 to turn 4 clock. No, I think this, right, is not too costly for Dragon. You can hit 7 mana in Ram Dragon quite easily. You don't play with this card, I think. It might be too costly for this card as per se. But Ram Dragon might want to try this for one or two pieces in their deck. They might. And I can see this being a card that in a control deck, Nightmare will have to play the Nightmare later will have to play the follower that destroy amulet. Yeah, because if this is left unattended for quite a while, it can deal serious damage, especially once it deals 10 damage and you follow up with 40. Most of the time your opponent will be in little range from a lot of other stuff. Yeah, so this card is actually quite something lah. In fact, if no one is playing it and out of nowhere you tag this card in a dragon deck, you can actually throw a lot of people off guard. However, in a pure Uma deck, the fact that you're not able to ram to this card is quite bad, because even though yes, the fanfare, if there's ally Uma Musume card on the field, it becomes strong. But the fact you can ram into this at 7 on turn 7, this card is too costly, where most of the time people will be trying to kill you on turn 8 really. Yeah. Just remember guys, pure Uma deck still have to fight with normal constructed deck. There's it's not a special format where from what I know from what I've asked around, pure Uma deck is not a special format where pure Uma vs pure Uma. Is Uma vs is a pure Uma deck that you can mix other classes of Uma cards. That they call it a pure Uma deck. Yeah. So this pure Uma deck still have to play with other normal constructed decks. Yeah, so with that said, I don't think he is that good. Yes, in a pure Uma vs pure Uma, this card might be strong because there ain't a lot of amulet removal other than the Nightmare card. But in a pure in a normal constructed, you have Bahamut, you have Execution. Right now you have the Nightmare Uma cards that for Nightmare. This card is not as strong. This card still can be removed. Yeah, I'll just say that. That's why I give it a 3. I won't give it a 4. If it cannot be destroyed, then maybe I'll give this a 5. If this cannot be destroyed, this is better than Seraph already. But no lah, this that will be too strong. But yeah, this 3 out of 5. You can actually throw people off playing this card. Okay, next. Seiyun Sky, 3 mana, 1/3. Fit 1, begin racing, Storm, Intimidate, Strike, game +1/+0. Aggro, I'll give this a 4 for aggro. Aggro discard dragon, because I think aggro discard dragon will play this because of simply discard the intimidate factor. Make this card can be quite irritating to remove, especially in the aggro deck. And 3 mana, you swing, you're already hitting 2 because it's strike, and it will get bigger and bigger over the turns. It's just that the attack is not that high for me. That's why I cannot give it a 5 out of 5. If this was 3 mana, 2/3 strike +1, I will give this a 5 out of 5. But for Uma, I think I'll give this 5 out of 5 because if you're playing aggro Uma, you'll most likely be playing this card because this is one of the stronger cards out there. And furthermore, you will be playing with this card, which I'm going down towards to, supporting you. This 1 mana spell, you choose an Uma Musume follower, give it +1/+0, and draw a card. Then if the chosen follower is Seiyun Sky, give it +1/+1. For normal constructor, I'll give this a 1 because you cannot always cast this. It must be a Uma Musume follower. However, for pure Uma deck, I'll give this a 5 out of 5. Any aggro variant will like this card because it's 1 mana, draw 1. And if it's played with Seiyun Sky, it makes Seiyun Sky a permanently +1/+1 as well. Yeah, it makes Seiyun Sky actually very strong. So with that's the reason why I'll give it a 5 out of 5, because in a pure Uma, this will definitely be played in the aggro deck. And if you hit Seiyun Sky, that would be the best. But if you don't hit Seiyun Sky, it's still very good because it's 1 mana, draw a card, and give a card +1 attack. Okay, let's move on to the next one. The Next SR, King Halo. So King Halo is a 6 mana 4/4. Fit 1. Fanfare, choose one of the following effects. Put the top 3 of your deck into EX area, do this 3 times. Or search for Kawakami Princess, which was the rune card, and summon it. So Kawakami Princess is this sorry, I think it's below. 4 mana 4/4, discard a card, deal 4 damage. So I kind of think that this card is very, very weird to do that. Yeah, I won't see this being played in I won't see this being played for the second effect, but the first effect. Okay, in normal constructed, this is 1 out of 5. Okay. Because the stats is quite bad. And you waste 1 turn to draw 3. Yeah, you basically give your opponent a free turn to draw 3 cards. Even though it do have a 4/4 body, I find that 4/4 might not be good enough. That's my opinion on it, yeah. But do it 3 times. Okay, so there's a special ruling for this. They changed the card effect for this, because instead of putting 3 card from top of your deck into EX area, meaning that you are if you're not able to hit it, you are not able to do it. Do this 3 times means that if you're able to, if you do until you cannot do it. So you do it once, do it twice, then the third time, if there's no more space, you won't be able to do it. The third time, you just leave it. You just don't activate the effect for the third time. Yeah. Now pure Uma deck, I will give this a 3 out of 5. I wouldn't say control deck will be playing this. But I think some deck might want to try. Okay, I'll give it 2 out of 5. Sorry. Because drawing at such a at turn 6 is actually very, very late. Yeah, and furthermore, there's no ramp, meaning that it's a bit hard to reach the 6. And when it's 6 months, or deck is trying to kill you, giving a turn for them to kill you to draw 3 is not that good. But Uma Musume, as I said, they are missing draw cards for most of the classes. So okay, not most of the classes. I mean pure Uma deck, they are missing draw cards. So they might want to play this for the draw. That's how I see it lah. Yeah, they might want to play this for draw, because there isn't any strong there isn't much strong draw cards in the pure Uma archetype right now. Okay, let's move on to the next one. I have to give me a moment. I have to do a bit of the copy and paste, because for some reason, yeah, Google Excel doesn't want to work with me last night. Okay, so basically the next one is Tamano Cross. Okay, 2 mana 2/1, fit 1, begin racing. Racing start, give it +1/+1. Choose up to 1 enemy follower, deal 2 damage to it. 4 out of 5 for normal constructed, because I can see this being played in Aggro Dragon. And I'll give this a 5 out of 5 for pure Uma deck, because this card is actually quite strong. So you just imagine it as 2 mana, you pay 1, you can deal 2 damage to a card. And furthermore, it gets +1/+1, meaning it's a 3/2. Yeah. 2 mana 2/1, even though it's below step, but the fact that you can shoot 2 damage to enemy follower mean that this card can be very strong in the aggro deck. Yeah, the 2 damage is actually something to think about. Yeah, because of the racing start and able to shoot 2 damage, yeah. And to add on, right, I want to add on one thing is that if you go second as an aggro deck, right, usually you cannot come back if you trade followers for followers. Tamamo Cross might be the card that you need in order for one to skip ahead. I mean, not skip, to gain back the tempo, meaning you're able to remove opponent card. Yeah. So I think this is one of the cards that have to be played in aggro decks. Okay, guys, give me 3 minutes. Let's do a take three. Drink some water. Rest your ear. I will try to get in all the cards ASAP because it's just only 5 bronze card, and I also need a drink of water myself. So I'll see you guys back in 3. Just take a quick break. Yeah, for guys who are watching the replay, you might want to just skip forward a bit. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, but yeah, I really do need to take a bit of break because it's close to 3 hours already. I've been talking non-stop for 3 hours. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, Andy, I don't get what seems to be did they mess up the name or something? So this is okay. So above Yanomuteki has Grass Wonder Art about Super Squid card effect. Uh is this the card effect for is this correct? I'm a bit confused, sorry. Um or is it just is this just a normal art? Is that they printed something wrong? Sorry, I'm taking all the translation from Discord, so I'm not very I don't know much of the Uma Musume stuff, so yeah, sorry if make any mistake right there. Ah, okay. I see what happened. Okay, my bad. Okay. I get what happened. Okay, so let's move this downward. So basically I see two wrong cards. So this is the yeah, my bad. During my copy paste I didn't do a proper one. No, okay, it's on here. My bad. All of them have brown hair. It's not fair to me. I never watched Uma. Okay, this one is here. I need to go search for Super Creed. Oh, this is Super Creed, and then this is Ras Wonder. Fit 1 begin racing. Okay. Very sorry about the delay. So whoever who has tuned in, welcome back. For those who are watching replay, we are starting right now. I'm very sorry for the inconvenient cause. Okay, let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the bronze card for Dragon. So first of all, you got Super Creed. 6 mana 5/5, feat 1. In what? Fanfare add 5 to your leader's defense. For normal constructor, I'll put this 3 out of 5. Because we already have Shenlong, which does a better job, and furthermore, Shenlong give you a +1 in hand because Shenlong is draw a card and discard a card. The problem is that Shenlong need 2 evolve point, meaning that you have to play it on turn 7 going first. This card can be played on turn 6 going first. Yeah. So unless you okay, with Olivia, yes, you can play Shenlong turn 6 going first. Yeah, that's the trade-off. But this card still becomes a 7 cost if you want to trade with something, where you want to play this and trade with something. And Shenlong, all in all, you still have the bigger health of 6 compared to this. And Shenlong can be played earlier for the draw at the cost of 4 mana, yes. 5 mana, yes. 5 mana. So Super Crate is more towards the heal. If you really need the heal, you might play Super Crate. But I don't think you take Super Crate over Shenlong. It is just that you will play Super Crate in addition to Shenlong. And that's why I say it's a 3 out of 5. Some people want more heal, they will play Super Crate. If the meta asks for more heal, like you're playing a lot more aggro deck, a lot more tempo decks that try to storm you to death, Super Crate is a very strong card at blocking the storm, as well as healing backup. And this becomes very important because as you see, Taio and Shizuku's silence, they will bounce the card, destroy the card, then it get to you. The healing the 5 becomes very important compared to having a ward on the field. So my opinion, during the next expansion, I think we will see more Shenlong, and we will see people emphasize you need more Shenlong and Shenlong effect, which then Super Crate might come into the picture. And then you'll play 1 or 2 Super Crate in your deck to supplement to counter against those deck. In a pure Uma deck, will you play this card? I think if you're playing a control like the Brian control deck, I think you will play this. I think it's a 4 or 5, so most likely we will play this in Brian deck. Yeah, I think most likely it will be played. The only sad thing, it doesn't have the +1 draw. But other than that, I think this is pretty good, as a 6 mana 5/5 is a big enough body to block, and the healing 5 can really stop quite a lot of aggro deck. So if you're playing a pure Uma deck, you might play this to cover up that you do not have Shenlong. So this is a 4 out of 5 for me. Okay, so next we have Yaeno Miteki, sorry. 3 mana 3/3. Fit 1. Racing start, gain +1/+1. Choose one other ally forward, give it +1/+1. This, I will give this a 4 out of 5 in aggro dragon. I think this might see play in aggro dragon. Turn 3, if your opponent do not clear the board on turn 4, you can actually play this with a. You can play this and buff one of the 1/1 and trade this into an enemy follower. And at the same time, it's still a 3 mana evolve 1 becomes a 4/4. So this card is still pretty good. I think you only see in aggro discard dragon or aggro dragon. In pure Uma deck, I think this is a 5 out of 5. I think every aggro deck will be playing this. Even tempo deck might also want to play this as well. If they are going the more aggro tempo variant, because the +1 attack really in a aggro deck is actually can be game breaking. Yeah, especially you give it +1/+1, meaning that if the card can continue to survive, it becomes very problematic for opponent to remove. So with that, I'll give this 5 out of 5 for pure, 4 out of 5 for normal constructed, because this can see play in discard aggro dragon. Okay, next, Bamboo Memory. 2 mana 2/3, fit 1, begin racing, fanfare, discard a card, deal 2 damage to all enemy leader. 5 out of 5 for both constructed and normal constructed and pure Uma, because normal constructed discard dragon will be playing this. Definitely be playing this. Pure Uma aggro deck definitely will be playing this. I think every okay, maybe not. Now I think about it, maybe not. 3 out of 5. Sorry. I think for pure Uma, this is a 3 out of 5. Because discarding a card can be very costly. Yeah, sorry. So for pure Uma, this card might not see play. Because discarding a card is very costly. Where discard dragon, we have cards to help us supplement in case we discard a card, then okay, in discard dragon, there's what's that card? Trial of Light and Dragon Flute to help us tone down the effect of this card. However, in pure Uma, we do not have such cards to help with the discard. So in pure Uma, I think this might not see play. It might only see play because it's a 2 mana, deal 2 damage, and it can be a good way to hit around opponent face, yeah. Around wards, yeah. But other than that, I really don't see this being very good. Yeah. So though it is possible that you don't discard a card, because it is a cost. So if you do not discard a card, the effect will not proc. But 2 mana 2/3 is below stat cost. You would rather have a 2 mana 3/3 Valina, I guess, but still quite okay lah, given that it can be, if it's 2 mana 3/2, right, I think this card would be better. Yeah, because it fits the theme of aggro very well. Yeah, so other than that, I don't see this card as I at first I thought this would be confirmed playing in pure Uma aggro, but now I think about it, this card might not be the best, because in normal constructed, we already have the 3 mana discard 6/5. In the end, it becomes a very bad card because the discard is randomized. You do not choose what to discard. Over here, you choose what to discard, but discarding an aggro deck can be very hurtful because you will run out of steam even faster. Okay, let's move on. So Hishi Akebono, 10 mana 10/10. Fit 1, begin racing, fanfare, your leader gain 10 health. Constructed 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 for pure Uma. I don't think you'll play this. Okay, you will play this in one deck, which is the Haven control deck. But it's so RNG that I highly doubt that this is worth playing. Yeah, this card is just so weird. I would rather see this being played in a normal constructed in Phoenix Rooster, but even with Phoenix Rooster, this card is just why tier 10 doesn't have what, but though it's a 10 cent. If this can hit your opponent is actually quite little, but no lah. I think this card is just too gimmicky. The next, Grass Wonder, 5 mana 5/5, fit 1, fanfare, deal 2 damage to all enemy follower. Okay, this card has been a big question mark in my head because 2 damage, right, is not a lot. Yeah, it could be a cut. Okay, so above, right, and as what Hana was saying, a Haishi can be a cut deck. No, if that's the case, right, why would I? If healing is the thing that I need, I would rather play Super Crack. Comes down earlier. HP is more worth during the early game than the late game. You get what I mean? Yeah, HP matters more during the early game because of aggro decks. Matter less in the late game because right now, whoever have the field and have the resources, hand resource and follower resource would usually win the game, no matter how much HP you have. Most of the time, in a control v control matchup, whoever have the more resource will win. Yeah. So you won't really see this card at all. Like I said, I think only Phoenix Rooster will be playing this card, or the Uma Haven Control, which is a meme itself, will play this card. Yeah. So let's move on to Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder wise, right? Okay, there's 2 train of thought. One is that fanfare 5 mana, it fits Dragon very well because Dragon right now, other than Olivia, Wyvern, Caliver, and what's the other card that I played recently that I quite like it? Neptune. Okay. Other than those cards, and Conflagration, yes, and Conflagration is also another card. Conflagration, right? There's no other good 5-drop, and as you can see, all of this 5-drop is very awkward. Olivia is good if you're ahead, quite bad if you're behind. Calvin Wyvern is only good if you're ahead, very bad if you're behind. Neptune is much more okay, doesn't really give you much advantage if you're ahead, but behind it doesn't really it still does quite well. So I think Neptune itself is a more of okay card. Mirror Conflagration is only good if you have something to remove. So Grass Wonder kind of sit in between that. If you got something to remove, it's good. If you have nothing to remove, it's still a 5 mana 5/5. You're not wasting a turn. But it's 2 damage to remove is enough to remove enemy follower. That will be the another question I'll be asking. Yeah, that is the 2 train of thought. So 2 damage wise, right? Most of the time you won't be removing a lot of stuff. You'll most likely be removing stuff that's already taken damage. So I highly doubt you'll be playing this for the AoE 2 damage, yeah. And if that's the case, right, much people will go for Conflagration instead to have the better AoE bot wipe. And Conflagration right now doubles as the Aegis remover. So people will be playing like 2 to 3 Conflagration just to get rid of Aegis. When the Aegis come down, getting rid of the second Aegis, yeah. Because only one Aegis can evolve. So the second Aegis, it usually can be killed by double Conflagration. With that said, I don't think this will see play over configuration as a bot wipe. But if there's ever a need for a bot wipe plus body, this will be a card to go to. So I give this a 2 out of 5. It's unlikely to see play, but it does have a place. For Pure Uma, right? Like I say, there's not enough bot wipe. Will you play this over Oguri Cap? You might. But I feel like Oguri Cap overall is the better card for remover. Yeah. But the problem is Oguri Cap is 6 mana. So Oguri Cap is given 4 out of 5. Because it can double as a game ender. Okay, I'll give this a 3 out of 5 for Pure Uma because like I said, Pure Uma is missing some bot wipes. This essentially could be one of the bot wipes. And they do not have configuration. So maybe this is the one of the cards that will be needed to fight against aggro decks. From my point of view. So if you're playing control or tempo, this is definitely one of the cards you need to play to in order to play against egg. This might be one of the cards, yeah. It is not confirmed because like I said, 2 damage might not be enough to kill a lot of stuff most of the time. So it's a 3 out of 5 for me. It might see play. Okay. So next you have Nightmare. So Nightmare, the legendary evolve is Maruzen Sky. It's a 3 mana 3/3. Evolve becomes a 4/4. And Evolve 1, Fit 1, Fanfare, Necro Charge 10. Choose an enemy follower, give it -4/-4. Evolve, choose an enemy follower, give it -2/-2. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, sorry about that. So this card, right? -2/-2 is good. When it evolves. So basically, this card can be going into those special 3 cost overpowered card. It can be categorized as one of those because you can evolve to remove something, at the same time trade with something, meaning that you are able to gain back the tempo. But first of all, if you try to play this on tempo, turn 3, you definitely won't hit the Necro Charge 10 for sure. No matter what, I highly doubt you hit Necro Charge 10 on turn 3. And evolving -2/-2, right, could be not desirable. Yeah, I think that is the what I'm looking for. It might not be desirable because why would you be playing this? But first of all, you already have Playful Necromancer. Summon 3 goes to deal 3 damage. Because 3 damage is a special number. Dragon Warrior does it. The Playful Necromancer does it because it summons 3 ghosts. Floral Fencer does it because summon a 2/2 and a 1/1. Who else does? The priest from Haven also is a bishop. Is also a banish a 3 HP or low 3 HP or less follower. So all this, right, they aims at cards that have 3 HP. But most of the time you'll find that if this is to follow up going first, right, 2 usually is enough because most of the time the opponent turn 3 play will trade into your 2/2 or your 3/2 or what. So 2 damage usually will be enough, but it might not be desirable to have 2. It might be stronger if it was -3. But the Necro Charge 10 is actually very strong. So in terms of playability in Constructed, I'll give this a 5. No, I'll give it a 4. It's going to be played, but I don't think it'll be a 3-piece. No lah. I think no lah. I think this might be a 3-piece. 5 out of 5. You'll be played with the playful necromancer as the turn 3 player, turn 3, turn 4 player. Yeah. So both of them will be playing together at turn 3, turn 4 to gain back the tempo. Be it you're aggro or be it you're a control deck. I think you'll be playing both of it because I think -2/-2 most of the time will be enough, even though it's undesirable. And it's very good because it double as a removal during the late game. So if let's say control deck, right? 3 mana, -4/-4 is pretty good. It's a soft remover. Even though it might not remove something completely, it can jam your opponent as well. Remember that. I forgot to add on. You are able to jam your opponent. So let's say if your opponent play Otohime, right? -4/-4 can jam him, making his board very awkward. He will have a lot of 1 and 2 attack cards. He might not be able to finish you, but they will bot lot themselves. So that's one thing to look out for this. Look out for as there's one thing to look out for when playing this card. In a pure Uma deck, there is a nightmare control that floods the graveyard with Uma cards. So this necro charge then can be easily hit, and I think pure Uma you'll play this in a control deck. Yeah, so this card is actually very, very strong. Even though the -2/-2 might not be the number desired, but it's still very strong, this card. Okay, next, 5 mana 3/5 Rise Shower. Feat 1, Fanfare. Choose an enemy follower, deal 3 damage to it. Put the top 2 cards from your deck into the graveyard. Last word, choose an Uma Musume follower with different name from this card from the graveyard. Put it into hand. Okay, so first of all, okay, it must be a Uma Musume follower. It's not a Uma Musume card. On turn 5, you play this, you have a ward, which is not bad. And it helps with a necro charge. So I will say, right, for this card, I think even Control Nightmare will play this card, but I don't think it'll be a 3 off. I think it will be a 2 off. So with that said, right, I think this is a 4 out of 5 for a normal constructed, just because it helps you to put the 2 cards into the graveyard, because necro charge right now, fair necro charge right now is there isn't a lot. There's only a few. Yeah, and having the this one fanfare and able to remove something on the board is pretty good in the control deck. And with that said, I'll say the same for pure Uma, because of the control discard nightmare. You might see this card being played. Just that the last word, choose an Uma follower from your with different name from this card from your graveyard, put it into hand. I think in normal constructed, most of the time you'll be aiming for this Maruzen Sky. For pure Uma that you can get back anything, which will be much more better. Yeah, but still 4 out of 5, because 4 out of 5 for here, because most likely will be played. But also even if it's played, it's only 1 or 2. Same reason with this as well. So both will be 4 out of 5. Okay, next. 5 mana spell, 7 cm ahead. This card cannot be played unless you have 20 or more Uma Musume card in your graveyard. So this is literally like Spell Boost OTK. Destroy all enemy follower, draw 3 cards. All enemy player discard 3 cards from their hand. So this is like a less consistent, less consistent OTK Spell Boost, yeah. But this card irritate opponent by not giving them a hand. So this card is very gimmicky, but if you're able to pull this off, this card is actually quite strong. Okay, in normal constructed, you will not see play because you need 20 or more Uma Musume card in your graveyard to order to play this spell. But 5 out of 5, you'll be playing these 3 of this in the control variant of the pure Uma deck. I think this card will see play. However, at how strong this card will be in the end is another question. I think this card definitely will see play. I think people will make this deck, especially in Japan. People will make this card playable. They will try every way to make this a deck. But how strong will it be is totally different question, really. And I can see it being quite strong. But at the same time, when it comes to VS control deck, the next question will be that, do you have any way to finish your opponent? So I think in order to make this deck work, right, I think you might need to play Brian as a finisher. Yeah, or you need to play another 5-drop with Storm or something, combo with this card, so that your opponent don't have cards to play against you at all. Yeah, so this card will be played. I kind of feel that it needs something else to supplement it, but it will be played at 3 because this will be the bread and butter for the deck. Yeah. Okay, next. 3 mana, 3/3 nice nature. Feat 1, fanfare. Choose an enemy follower, give it -1/-1. Last word, all enemy player discard a card from their hand. This card Nightmare will be playing this. Most likely, I guess. Yeah, I'll be at 4, so most likely this will be played. Will it be played at 3? Is something that I'm not very sure. Because I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, so why I think it might not be 3, because of last word effect. And currently the meta have a lot of banish for Haven. So unless your matchup is not Haven, this will be quite hard to counter. Only other way would be some decks playing what's that card? The 4 mana, send a card to EX area and then banish. The card brand, what's that card? Unless they're playing that card, this card is a bit hard to counter. But what I like about this card is because it can gain rush, meaning it can trade with an opponent. And it props the discard a card. It's just that opponent discard a card of their choice. You do not choose the card to discard. So but however, I think if you're playing a discard Nightmare control, you definitely need to play this card in your deck, because there ain't enough discard cards in the meta right now for that deck. Yeah. And then for in pure Uma, I'll give this 2 out of 5. Is there some effect in Nightmare that triggers after opponent discard cards? Or is just outright discarding card to disadvantage the opponent in Nightmare? Yeah, no Nightmare discard control deck right now. What they are doing is they are just playing a game where they remove opponents they are okay, how do I put this? Remove their win con. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. So right now, discard Nightmare, what they do is they remove opponent win con. So it is to heavily counter against Haven. Because you will, first of all, you discard their Seraph. Once Seraph is discarded, you aim to discard Aegis. Or if there's Aegis, you discard. Sorry, you discard Seraph first, then you aim to discard Aegis. Unless they can drop Aegis during any time. During that time, then you discard Aegis first. Yes. Because most of the Haven deck, they play 2 Aegis. And they need both Aegis to usually close up the game. If you discard one of Aegis, the chance of them winning will be decreased significantly. Yeah. So discard Nightmare is actually just to counter Haven. It can be used against Sword as well, because discarding Leonidas can hit Sword pretty hard. Just that Sword do have way to come back with tempo, and Nightmare generally do not have a lot of good ways to fight against decks that flood big right now, especially like Sword. So yeah, so this is the problem for discard Nightmare control decks. And also one more thing to add is that Nightmare discard control deck, first of all, their discard currently isn't very, before this Uma especially come out, isn't very consistent, because there's only 2 ways to discard. You only got the Executioner and Olivia. Right now with Nice Nature, you have a third card, which will make the discard much more consistent. Yeah. So I think this will be played in normal discard. It's just that I think in normal constructed discard, they still need to find a way to end the game. I'm seeing that a lot of people plays Azira. However, in my opinion, if they start trying out Bahamut, they might get a different answer. Yeah. Okay, with that said, why I don't see this being played in Pure Uma, most unlikely play is because first of all, it doesn't help with the deck. Okay, so if you're playing 7 cm ahead, right, this doesn't really help with the deck's goal, which is to mill until 20 Uma, then play the 7 cm ahead. And in my opinion, I think most of that will try to spam as much cards into the graveyard to activate 7 cm ahead. And nice nature discarding one card isn't really that good in my opinion. Yeah. It might see play with this deck because they might need more ways to discard card. However, in my opinion, why not you just take the spell back from the graveyard and then cast it again, like some of the Runecraft cards can do, than to play nice nature. And that's my opinion on it. But I still can see why some people will play it, because discarding more card is still pretty good. You want to discard until they literally have no cards in hand. 7 cm ahead, it might take like one or two times before your opponent really have nothing to play. But if nice nature is added to the mix, that means you are still discarding one card from here and there until you can able to play 7 cm ahead. You will still be discarding once 7 cm ahead could actually just outright make your opponent not be able to play the game after that. But the question would be that if you're going that route, right, the more controversial route than the combo route, you might hit into a problem where your opponent reaches late into the game to be able to top deck any cards they can play. Yeah. So that will be one problem with that's one thing I'm seeing with nice nature at 7 cm ahead. A bit of a clash in the deck's idea for the 7 cm ahead. Yeah. But other than that, I don't think anybody will play nice nature outside of this deck. Even in tempo deck, -1/-1 isn't much to be honest. And once you feed it, you are able to trade something. It doesn't gain stats. It doesn't completely remove anything. It just discard a card. It feels kind of marish, in my opinion. It doesn't feel that good. Okay, next, Reciter of Rain. So a 4-mana card, quick. When you play this card, if you have 10 cards you have 10 or more Uma Musume cards in your graveyard, subtract truth from its cost. Choose an enemy follower, destroy it. Constructed 1 out of 5, because it's a bit hard to hit the 10 Uma Musume. Normal constructed 1 out of 5. Pure Uma 5 out of 5. This card is very strong in Pure Uma control, where you play the Necro Charge version. So once you hit 10 Uma cards, it's 2 mana to remove anything. It's much more better than it's a lot better than the Dance X Glamour X Festival in a way, because it just outright removes something for 2 mana. So this card is a 5 out of 5 in Pure Uma deck, because it will definitely be played in Pure Uma. Yeah, and it's quick. Yeah, so this card, but even at 4 mana, is still quite good, to be honest, to remove something. If you have nothing else, you play this on 4 mana, it's still pretty good. This might be a low 5 because the question will be, are you going to play 3 of it? Because if you are playing 3 of this Reciter of Rain, then you might hit the problem of breaking your deck. Yes, because too many high cost cards, you might break your deck, or you might not be able to do the combo well. So this might be a low 5, but other than that, this card is very strong. Okay, Fine Motion, 3 mana, 3/3, Fit 1, Racing Start game +1/+1. Your leader gain 2 health. Put the top 2 cards from your deck into graveyard. 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5. In normal constructed, any Necro Charge control deck will like this card, because first of all, it gains the stat +1/+1 becomes a 3 mana 4/4. Sorry, 4 mana 4/4, which is normal evolve card. It gains 2 health. Even though it doesn't remove 2 things, it allows you to gain 2 health. And it helps you to necro charge too. So every necro charge control deck will want to play this. If you are ahead, you'll play 5 motion. If you are behind, you'll aim to play the legendary on top, Mazuzen Sky or Playful Necromancer. So this is one card. I think this card is very strong in both constructed and pure Uma. And for pure Uma, it's because the necro charge thing. So at the same time, the necro charge 20 Uma cards also gain 2 life is very good for the control. You gain +1/+1 and put 2 cards into the deck. From deck into graveyard is very, very strong. 5 motion is also, 5 motion definitely will be a 3 off in many of the decks. Many of the control decks, yeah. 1 mana 2/1, Mayano Top Gun. I do not know why this isn't in Royal, because whenever I see her, she's always with the color yellow. But for some reason, she is in Nightmare, so oh well. Feat 1, Rush. Fanfare, if there are 4 other Uma Musume card, gain Storm. Fanfare, if there are 5 or more Uma Musume card in your graveyard, gain +2/+0. Okay. This card, constructed 1 out of 5 because it relies too much on. Okay, will it be constructed? Okay, let me think. No, I'll give this 3 out of 5 for normal constructed. Okay, here where am I coming from? As we already concluded, both 5 motion, Nice Nature, Rise Shower, Maruzen Sky will be played in Nightmare Control. Okay, this card can be the answer to not having enough way to kill opponent in those decks. Okay, so hear me out, right? For 1 mana, deal 2 damage to enemy face is already very good, especially Azazel. You just need to deal 10 damage. But imagine 1 mana deal 4 damage. You think about it. For 1 mana, you deal 4 damage. Yeah, you just need 3. You just need 3 Mayano Top Gun and 1 Azazel. Okay. Yeah, 3 Mayano Top Gun and 1 Azazel, you have won the game already. If you think of it like this. Or Azazel plus 2 Mayano Top Gun and 1 swipe. Yeah, that will be little. That is so weird because it's like Sword Nightmare hybrid. You need to flood the board in order to storm, but you need to mill cut the game buff. Yeah. But But as I say, this can be part of the Azazel OTK combo. Because as we already said, this card Nightmare, right? They play Azazel to end the game. However, you are playing, first of all, you're playing 5 motion, most likely. Nice Nature, maybe. Rise Shower, most likely. Mazuzen Sky, you'll definitely be playing it. All this card will definitely hit more than 5 in your graveyard. And also, if you send Mayano Top Gun in the graveyard, this also counts toward the number. 5 or more Uma Musume card is actually quite easy to hit if you're playing that many Uma cards in that control Nightmare. And yeah, I think with Azazel, this card might be an OTK combo. Yeah. 3 out of 5. I can see this being played in Control Nightmare, but I'm just wondering how effective this will be, because with Azazel, you still need 2 Mayano Top Gun and 1 swipe. It's possible to get 3 Mayano Top Gun. In fact, I think Rise Shower would combo nicely with Mayano Top Gun, because once Rise Shower dies, you can add the Mayano Top Gun from graveyard back to hand. So then you can prepare for the Azazel combo and try to end. The only problem is that I think if this becomes a meta deck, everybody will be playing Barrage just to stop this deck from winning. You'll see very soon people will just be playing Barrage. A Mayana Top Gun will become not that strong. Oh no, not barrage, sorry. But barrage no point because most people will play Mana Top Gun attack, snipe or something just to remove this card. But I can see this card being played. But pure Uma, right? Pure Uma, I think is a 1 out of 5. Okay, a 2 out of 5 is unlikely to be played. Will you play this in a aggro deck? Okay, never mind. 4 out of 5. Okay, 5 out of 5. Okay, I can see this being played in an aggro deck. Mana Top Gun can be played on turn 1. If late game you draw this card, it's not a dead card, meaning that as an aggro deck, let's say you are turn 5 already, the turn 6. Okay, usually you'll be able to flood the board 5 or more Uma Musume card by turn 4. So on turn 5 onwards, right, if they manage to clear your field, Mana Top Gun can actually just go for face. Yeah, this card can be quite strong in aggro deck as well. So 5 out of 5. I think every aggro deck should be playing Mana Top Gun because it can be a very strong top deck card. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Seeking the Pearl. 2 mana 2/2. Feed 1. Last word, put the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard. For 2 mana. 3 out of 5. Might see play, might not see play. So I think if they play the Azazel combo with all these Uma cards to facilitate the Necro Charge, I think this card will see play. But at the same time, the question will be, is this more worth than the Sergeant, Spatial Sergeant? I think that's the card. So this is just a big question mark from there. Okay, enough the The question will be that is it more worth than playing Sergeant? Because if you're playing this, right, Mayano Top Gun will get advantage because you will be sending her to the graveyard from the Necro Charge, from any other Necro Charge as well. But if you get banished by Haven, it might not be that good. Yeah. So we have to let people test out the deck first and see what's their view on the control variant or Azazel discard. If Azazel discards feels that they do not need Seeking the Pearl for Mayano Top Gun to activate their effect, or they are not playing Mayano Top Gun, this card will not see play because Sergeant is much better as, first of all, it is fanfare. Second of all, it won't get banished. Sergeant will not get banished. Banishing Sergeant will not punish it heavily. But meanwhile, if this card get banished, this card will be heavily punished. Yeah, it's just that the only good thing for it is the extra attack going for her can become quite strong. However, I think this will be a 5 out of 5 in a pure Uma deck. Because you need more you need more cards to be sent to the graveyard for the deck. I think this is a must play if you're playing the discard pure Uma variant. Okay, let's move on to the next one. 1 mana 1/1. Karen Chan. I think Karen Chan, like Karen Chan. Feed 1. Activate. Pay 1 and act this card. Choose an enemy follower, deal 1 damage to it. Put the top card of your deck into the graveyard. Normal Constructed 1 out of 5. I don't think you'll be played in Normal Constructed. Will you play this in Control variant? I don't think so. I think it's 1 out of 5 for pure Uma as well, because you have to pay 1 mana to deal 1 damage and to mill 1. And you have to act this card, meaning that once this card is act, right, your opponent will be trading into this card. And I can tell you for sure, if this is the early game, on turn 2 you are paying that 1 mana to tap this card, your opponent turn 2 will be used to remove this card most of the time. So you're paying like 2 mana to deal 1 damage and mill 1 card, which feels very, very weak compared to Seeking the Pearl. I don't think you'll be playing this card. I would rather play which card where they draw a card and discard a card, which is which will be a lot better than this card because you are filtering your hand as well. Yeah, so I'll give this a 1 out of 5 for both format. No, not both format, for both decks. Okay, Twin Turbo, 2 mana, 3/1, feat 1, direct attack. Fanfare, if you have 10 or more Uma Musume cards in your graveyard, this follower gets Storm. Okay, compared to Mayana Top Gun, okay, it's more costly, but it has direct attack, and because the feat, right, the direct attack, you can play this on turn 2 and pay 1 evolve point to trade with a card. Fine, fair enough, that is a good argument. But 10 or more Uma Musume is very hard to hit even in the aggro variant of Uma decks. Let's not say normal constructed. In a pure Uma decks, I think hitting that 10 as an aggro, you are gonna have a problem. If you are hitting 10 or more Uma Musume card in your graveyard as an aggro Uma deck, I think more or less you have already lost the game. You won't have enough resource to fight back against your opponent. In normal constructed, 2 mana for 3/1, Mayano Top Gun will be played over this. At the same time, 10 Uma cards is quite hard to hit, yeah, for the normal one, even with all the Uma cards being played. Yeah, so I think Twin Turbo ain't that good also. But will I give it a 2 out of 5 for pure Uma? No. And like I say, if you have 10 or more Uma cards in your graveyard, you're more or less losing the game already. Okay, let's move on. Next one. Sakura Chiyono. 3 mana, 3/3. Feat 1. Racing start. Gets +1/+1. Choose up to 1 Uma Musume card from your graveyard, add it to hand. It's okay, it's alright. But I already do have Rise Shower for the effect, and Rise Shower helps to mill. This card doesn't help to mill. At the same time, it takes up the 3 mana slot. The special 3 mana cards, which they are usually played to turn the tide around. With this card, even though yes, racing do give it +1/+1, meaning that your evolve becomes a 4/4, but adding a card from your graveyard to your hand. Wait, normal constructed Rise, right? Is 1 out of 5. I don't think this will be playing in normal constructed. 2 out of 5 for. Okay, 3 out of 5. I'll say this 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 for pure Uma control deck. I think this might have some place in the pure Uma deck. Compared to Witchcraft, right? Okay, I might need to reduce the Witchcraft card, the Runecraft card. Okay, this one is a 4 out of 5, right? I'll change this to a 3 out of 5 as well. Yeah, because it only chooses a spell. But this one, you choose a Uma card. It's just at a higher cost. Yeah, and the good thing is that for this one, right? Okay, the good thing for this one is that it has lower HP, 1 HP. It means that it can trade easily to kill itself. Then you take back the spell. This one becomes a 4/4, meaning that it might not die. Therefore, it's a 3. But the ability to choose 1 Uma card from your graveyard might be good enough. Yeah. But anyway, this doesn't need to die. Sorry, this is not last word, so this doesn't need to die. You can easily just get back a card. And this card might see play over the Witchcraft one, in my opinion, because you don't need the card to die. Meaning, if your opponent have an empty board, you can also play Sakura Chiyono to take back the spell and then discard your hand again. If that's the case, I'll give this a 2. Unlikely to see play. Sorry about that. This one, this Runecraft card will go back to 2 because I didn't realize there's a lot better card than that. And even though it's 4 mana to do the combo, meaning you play this, you raise, and then you get a Uma card, it's still cheaper than You still have enough mana to play the 5 mana 7 cm ahead spell. Yeah. So this card is, I think, a lot better. But how many will you play? I think you at most you'll be playing 1 to 2 because you already got I mean you only be playing 1 or 2 only lah. You won't be playing more than that in my opinion, because your 3 drop is already very flooded. For yeah, your 3 drop is already a bit flooded already with all the fine motion and everything. Okay, so what is this? Matikannetanhase. German? Not very sure. So 4 mana, 4/4. Fit 1. Choose an enemy amulet, destroy it. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. If amulet is a thing, this card will be played. If amulet is not a thing, this card will not be played, and it won't be played more than 1. Will you play this over execution? In a control deck, no. But as an aggro deck, I will play this over execution. Okay, why? Because first of all, it's a 4/4 with a body. It's better than execution, which is just a spell which you cost 1 turn. Meanwhile, you can continue to aggro your opponent, and you play this card not for any amulet. You only am aiming 1 amulet in particular, which is Dragomancer Rite. This card is actually just made just to counter Dragomancer Rite for aggro decks in Nightmare. A reason being, Dragomancer Rite it gains value over time as you discard more card and it deals more damage. If you remove Dragomancer Rite on straight right after it comes down, after proccing effect once, it's not actually worth, because your opponent it will be like playing Ilia and then getting banished. Yes, you still have a 3/2 on board that your opponent have to answer with, but once it's answered, you just lost all its value right there. Especially on the turn it comes down. And it doesn't give you any value other than that. For 3 mana to deal 2 damage and heal 1 is very expensive. And you have to discard a card. If you play this against Dragomancer, right? Discard Dragon might start to have a bit of issue trying to deal with your deck. Yeah, that's my view on this card. This card is actually pretty good. You might play 1 to 2 in your aggro Nightmare just to counter that deck. If that deck is giving Discard Dragon a lot of problem. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. If Discard Dragon is giving aggro Nightmare a lot of problem. Same reason why you will be playing in Pure Uma. In the Pure Uma aggro, you'll be playing this. Okay, 4 out of 5 if you are playing Pure Uma. Reason being is that because there's no other good amulet remover currently in the Uma series, and you will definitely need 1 amulet remover in the current meta against Leonidas, against Dragomancer Rite. And if the Dragon amulet becomes a thing, you might need to play. You might need this card as well, especially in the aggro Uma deck. Yeah, I can see this being played in both aggro Uma and control Uma. Yeah, this card is a good amulet remover. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Haven. Hopefully everything is okay. Everything is here. Thank God. Okay, so Haven. The first evolved legendary is Majuro McQueen. Kaching. 4 mana 4/4. Fit 1. Evolve 1. What? Fanfare. Put an amulet into the graveyard. Choose an enemy leader or follower. Deal 3 damage to it. Evolve. Put an amulet from your graveyard. Choose an amulet from your graveyard. Put it into hand. Okay, I only can see this being played in Holy Sentinel. If this is being played in Holy Sentinel, there's another question for this card in Holy Sentinel. Holy Sentinel. First of all, is it worth to put an amulet to graveyard? Because amulet no longer works like in the CCG where if it get destroyed, proc the effect. No. This is send a amulet to the graveyard. It doesn't work with the forest amulet as well, and you have to put your own amulet. Yeah, I can only see it being played in Holy Sentinel, but will I be playing three of this? I highly doubt so. Is it good? It's actually very debatable, the term, if it's good or not. Um, in all honesty, I think putting an amulet to the graveyard, choose an enemy follower, the deal 3 damage can be strong. If there's a lot of Storm amulet, and Storm amulet haven is a thing right now, but it is not. Holy Sentinel do get the effect proc if you send another amulet to the graveyard. And this card can take back Holy Sentinel as well. So it kind of works okay in the deck. But you'll be fighting against Jin Diak in normal constructed. And with that said, I will say that this is a 4 out of 5. So in Holy Sentinel, I think you'll see play, but you will not be seeing 3 copy of it. In Pure Uma, let me double check if there's any other amulet. Sorry, please. I'm trying to refresh my mind. I'm very sorry. 1 out of 5, in my opinion, because there's no good amulet you want to take back, and putting an amulet into a graveyard. First of all, you have to set out the amulet, and once you put the amulet to the graveyard to deal 3 damage, is it worth? You are effectively wasting 1 turn just to deal 3 damage, and you lose the amulet on the field. That meaning the amulet becomes a discard. Yeah, I feel this card is very weak. If this is discard an amulet to the graveyard, this might be a bit better. But this is put an amulet to the graveyard, so you have to be on the field. You first have to play something on the field in order to prop the effect, which I think will be a bit of problem already. Yeah. Let's move on to the next one. The next legendary for Haven, Ghost Ship. 8 mana, 8/8, feat 1. This follower begin feat 1, Fanfare. Review the top card of your deck. Deal X damage to all enemy leaders. Give your leader X health. X equal the review card cost. Okay. Just now that dragon card, the 10 mana card, Haishi is made for this card. Okay. First of all, this card is just too meme. This is Phoenix Rooster, but on another level of meme. Yes, it's not double-edged like Phoenix Rooster, but at the same time, the problem with the RNG factor is really a problem. So if you count, okay, if you think about it, let's count the deck, right? Okay, let's do some math. First of all, you will have more cards that is 5 play point and below than more cards that 5 play point and above in a deck normally. You can tell me that yes, you are playing those early 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop during the early game, but the chance of you drawing them into your hand is still around the same. You get what I mean? So you still will have a lot more lower cost card in your deck, because you'll still be drawing all the big cost card as well when you're drawing. So doesn't really change much of the fact that your deck you are drawing more low cost card, which you should be getting, because you have more 5 cost or lower cards in your deck most of the time. This card is just meme. I only can say this card is just meme. 2 out of 5 in normal constructed, because there is one deck that will try this. I for sure that some people will be playing this, and you know what they will be doing? They'll be playing 2 Seraph and 3 Ghost Ship and two Aegis for sure, for sure. I won't lie to you. There'll be people playing two Seraph, two Ghost Ship or something. There'll be people memeing. I swear to God, this card is just asking people to meme. It's unlikely to see play, but I'm very sure Japanese player will find a way to make this a thing. And it is possible to do it with Seraph. All of a sudden, Seraph become a very, very good card to enable all these stupid cards. So Enstantured Seraph, right? This card can become 0 cost. Technically, they will be worse than Aegis, but at the same time, you might be able to deal 20 damage in a turn. It is possible. It is possible. And the thing is, if you play two Ghost Ship, right? If the top card is a 10 cost or more, you win the game already. Because you reveal the top card of your deck. You don't send it to graveyard, you don't add it to hand. And the next Ghost Ship you play, right, will still reveal the same card. So this card, right, is very unlikely to see play, but it might. It legit might. It might actually become a thing. Because the amulet below will enable her. But in a normal Uma deck, I don't think this is a C play at all. Because first of all, you don't have RAM. Yeah, 8 mana is too costly. The activate 10 to gain +10/+10 is just another meme. Yeah. So if your opponent do not answer this and they tap out, the +10/+10 will outright kill them. But most of the time you won't. Because first of all, they usually will have a ward to try to stop this. And they can bane this, or they can execution this, or any Haven with 4 mana can remove this card. Yeah. So this card might not be as strong as yeah, the +10/+10 is just a mini little surprise. It's nothing really very good. Yeah. Okay, so beyond her rear, fanfare, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. It's the amulet, 1 mana amulet. Between that, put any number of cards into the top of your deck in any order. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So between 3 cards, you can put any number of cards into the top and the rest at the bottom of the deck in any order. Then for 2 costs, act this card. Put this in the graveyard, draw a card. So this card, right, you will need this card in your hand with Ghost Ship. And at the same time, right, look at the top 3, it doesn't mean that you will always have the high cost card. Constructed 2 out of 5, same as Ghost Ship. If Ghost Ship is played, she will definitely be played. Okay, in normal constructed 1 out of 5. I don't think you will see this card being played at all. Yeah, because for 1 mana to look at top 3 of the deck, you are not drawing anything not really that good lah. You just enable the combo for Ghost Ship and another neutral card. Yeah, but other than that, it's not really I think there's another neutral card that requires you to check top card. Yeah, but other than that, not really that good. Okay, next. Ikuno Dictus, 3 mana 2/4, fit 1 ward. Fanfare, look at the top 3 of your deck. Among them, reveal an Uma card, then put it into your hand. Put the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order. 3 mana, search, look top 3, add 1 card. Okay, so the problem right now is for Shadowverse, right? Putting cards at the bottom of the deck, you're not able to shuffle if your deck doesn't have a lot of search, gonna be an issue. Because you will break yourself by putting all your answers at the bottom of the deck. Because most of the time you are searching for cards to be able to play on turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. If you put an answer at the bottom of the deck, you will never reach it anymore. That's the problem with cards like this. Haven do have some ways of shuffling their decks, but not really in pure Uma. So and furthermore, the 3 cards, right, it must be a Uma cards to show opponent. If not, put the rest of the bottom of the deck in any order. So with that, I will say that if this is normal constructed, I don't think this will see play. In pure Uma, this is also I don't think we'll see play as well because it's just too risky to do the top three and put at the bottom of the deck. I'd rather you just draw one. Yeah. Okay, so the next one is the amulet 4 mana amulet, Road of Fortune. Fanfare, choose enemy follower, destroy it. Act this card. Look at the top card of your deck. You may reveal and add a cost 7 card from among them to your hand. And if and you don't have to remove this card. So every time you can tap this card to look at your top deck. And if it's a cost 7, you review it and add it to your hand. And the thing is, you may review. You can choose not to review, and the card will stay there. But you can't put it at the top or bottom of that even if you tap it. So 7 cost, right? What is this for, to be honest? I can't seem to remember. Is there any 7 cost card? Sorry, one moment now. Okay, Passionate Champion. So basically you can search that one you can use that to search into Passionate Champion. Anything that's 7 cost here? No, not really. Yeah, nothing here. Royal Brian is 8, so it's not 7 as well. Forest, there's no 7 cost. Yeah, maybe neutral. 6, 6, 10, 2, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2. So basically, the only good card you can take is the amulet. So it's the amulet into another amulet. So basically, it's the dragon amulet that you can get, which is Passionate Champion. Do I think this card will be good? Okay, Pure Uma, right? I'll give it a 3 out of 5. Constructed 1 out of 5. We already got Execution. We don't need this card. Pure Uma, they might need a hard remover. If they need, they'll play this. But the problem is that this card will jam your board, which a lot of people won't be liking it, to be honest. And they might not play this over cards that just outright remove anything. In fact, I will just play the Bane card from Forest. Or is it Sword? I think it might be Sword, yeah. I'd rather play the Bane card from Sword than this to remove something at the cost of 1 extra evolve point and carrot. Yeah, because this card will just block your field. But maybe there's some deck won't mind, such as Control Brian won't mind because they don't really need a lot of space on the field. Okay, next you got Majiro Ryan, 2 mana 3/2, fit 1. When an allied Majiro family follower or amulet leave play, gain Storm. So basically this is like workable with Majiro McQueen. Do I think this is good? Not really. Yeah, I don't think this is good because there's not much Majiro amulet other than that 2. Is it that 2 or is this Majiro? No, this is not Majiro. Not Majiro. Oh, sorry. Where is there any Majiro amulet? It must be amulet, right? Or follower or amulet leaf gain storm. Okay. There might be an amulet which I'm missing out. Might be in other one. I'm very sorry if I do not know what are the amulets. But I can safely say that the amulet might not change much to this. Majiro family follower can be this one as well, this one as well, this one. None of them are made for aggro. Yeah, none of them is made for aggro. So this card is more of an aggro card. Oh, okay, my bad. It seems that I've been corrected. So it is a Majiro family follower or amulet leaf play gain storm. So it doesn't need to be purely Majiro. You don't need to be a Majiro amulet. It's either an amulet or a Majiro family follower. Then you gain storm. In pure Uma, I think this is a 1 out of 5 because in any Storm deck, I don't think you'll be playing any of the Majora family cards. Yeah. Will you play this in constructed? Normal constructed wise, I think I'll give it 1 out of 5 because Holy Sentinel is not a deck that focus on aggro. Even if you're playing Skullfane, right? Skullfane is not an aggro deck. Skullfane is a much better combo deck in my opinion. I might be wrong, but I don't think this card is any good in any of the normal constructed. In pure Uma, I think it might be even worse. Anyway, let's move on to the following below. If there's any changes, I'll come back. I'll come back up. If I do not come back up, the score stays the same. I think this card will is bad. Yeah. Okay, so 3 mana 3/3 Meisho Doto, Fate 1, Racing Start, gain +1/+1, search cost 1 amulet from your deck, put into play. Normal constructed, I'll give this a 3 out of 5. Okay, 2 out of 5. This card works very well with the Beyond Her Real and Ghost Ship. So if you're playing Ghost Ship, most likely you'll be playing this. You are playing this just to so on the turn that Seraph fully okay, so the next turn where Ghost Ship becomes 0 cost and you're gonna play Ghost Ship, you can play Meisho Doto to search for Beyond Her Real to put Beyond the Real into play, and Beyond the Real Fanfare will trigger and allows you to check the top 3 card. So this is one card that can be played if Ghost Ship is meta. But in other than that, I don't think you will play this in normal Aegis deck. Yeah. That you will rather play a battle remover than this card in Haven. Yeah, for Seraph. So will you play this Holy Sentinel? Unlikely as well, because one cost there isn't much stuff to search for other than Beyond Her Real and I think the 1 mana amulets, Guardian Sun, and the other one is what? The Guardian Sun, and another one is Guardian Sun, and last one will be, sorry, give me a moment. Last one will be the Sacred Plea. That are the only 1 mana amulet that currently are being played. If there's any more, then I'm not very sure. But from what I'm saying, these are the 1 mana amulet that you'll most likely get from you'll be most likely put into deck. With that said, 4 mana to put the amulet into play in a Holy Sentinel might not be the best thing. With that said, in pure Uma, I don't think you'll see play as for Beyond Her Real as well. 1 out of 5 because there's not much 1 mana amulet to search for as well. Okay, next one. 2 mana 2/3 Inari 1. Fit 1. Fanfare. Discard amulet from hand. Gain +2 and rush. 1 out of 5 for normal. 1 out of 5 for pure Uma. So normal constructed, you would rather send the amulet to the graveyard for Holy Sentinel will be much better. Just to gain rush is not good enough. If let's say it is deal 2 damage to the face, I can put this up to 2 or 3. But just to gain rush and +2, discarding an amulet from hand, I don't think this will be good enough. Yeah. So just now what happened is that, okay, you do remember there's a card that I say, yeah, Majora McQueen needed to be discard an amulet to the graveyard, in my opinion, in order for it to be good. Inari 1 needs to send an amulet to the graveyard in order to be good, in my opinion. They should have swapped these 2 effects instead. Swap these 2 requirements instead. If this is discard a amulet to the graveyard, this card would be a lot better. If this card is send an amulet to the graveyard, it'll be a lot better with Holy Sentinel, and it's a 2 mana 2/3, can trade very well. But because it's not, I don't think this card is even playable. And in Pure Uma Constructed, I also doubt that this card will be any good. The only good thing you can do is send the 4 mana removal amulet, Road of Fortune, to the graveyard to create space. But with that said, it's still quite a bad combo in my opinion. Okay, next, 4 mana 4/4 Majiro Plumber. Feat 1, Fanfare. Search for a Majiro family follower from your deck, add it to hand. Fanfare, if you have Dance X Glamour X Festival in your graveyard, gain +1/+1 and rush. Okay, this is a 4 out of 5. Okay, 5 out of 5. If you are playing control Uma, I think this is one of the cards you will play. Sorry, so 5 out of 5 for pure Uma, 1 out of 5 for normal constructed, because Dance at Glamour at Festival is a Runecraft card, so normal constructed you won't have the second effect at all. And searching for a Major family for 4 mana seems to be very bad. 5 out of 5 for pure, because first of all, you search a Major family follower, meaning that you basically drawing one, searching for one card add to hand. And the +1/+1 and rush, right, is actually so good. It allows you to trade for free. Yeah, so it becomes a 4 mana 5/5 you can trade with a lot of stuff on the board. And this one card that you want to search, right, will pair very well with this card, because this card seems more like a control card, and this is the next card that you'll be most likely be finding. You're not finding any other Majuro, in my opinion. You'll be finding her. Majuro Arden, 1 mana 3/3. Feat 1, this follower begins racing. What? At the start of your main phase, if there's no Majuro family follower on your field with different name as this card, return this card to your hand. This is a 5 out of 5 for normal constructed, 5 out of 5 in pure Uma control. This card is too strong, in my opinion. Even in normal constructed, right, this card acts like Bell Ringer. In fact, you have this card, right? Some people will say this card is a lot better than Bell Ringer in a way that if aggro deck tries to go through this card, right, they will have a lot of problem control aggro decks. Even tempo decks will have issue trying to clear this. Dragon, even Dragon have problem trying to clear this. So Forte cannot trade into this very well. So Forte will outright die. This can just block and kill Forte. But it still can get firing Blazing Breath lah. It still can get Blazing Breath away. But the thing that is that, okay, another thing I want to tell you guys why this card is strong, because, right, the fact that it can refresh itself is also very scary. So let's say if you have aggro deck, right, you can't kill her during the first time you hit into, but right next turn that you hit into her, right, you should be able to clear her. That means your opponent doesn't have ward anymore. But because it is a 3/3 and return to the hand at the end of your turn, and at the end of at the start of his main phase, so you playing an aggro deck, right, you're hitting a fresh 3/3 every turn at the cost of 1 mana, which I think a lot of control deck will be happy to pay. Bellringer, yes, Bellringer, what it does is that it blocks your follower from attacking for 2 damage, and they draw a card from it. But Majuro kills your follower, meaning that, right, you are not able to sustain your follower on board. So this card becomes very, very broken in the control deck. In fact, I think this will be meta changing for the upcoming. Well, once Uma comes out, I think Aegis will be a very strong deck because of this. In fact, if people want to go meme with Ghost Ship and her, right, I think it's also possible. Legit very possible that this card will just become very, very strong. Only tempo decks will be able to play around her. But most of the time, if tempo decks were to play around her, that means you will slow down their early game, and once tempo deck reaches the late game, they outright just lose to control deck. This card is just too strong in my opinion. I cannot emphasize how strong this card is. If this card, if let's say this, to emphasize how strong this card, I'll give it a 6 out of 5. This is how strong this card is. This is 6 out of 5. Just too strong. Okay, so the last Haven card, Majiro Doba, 2 mana 2/2, fit 1. This follower begins racing start. This follower get +1/+1, add 2 to your leader's defense. Okay, so why play this over? Okay, so currently, right, in normal constructed, there is there's people playing the Unica. Yes, Unica. People are playing Unica for its strike effect. Sometimes this +2 health might be better than strike. Just that Unica is a lot more flexible in against other control deck, because if they do not remove Unica gains 2 HP every turn on when it attacks. Meanwhile, this only can get HP one time. If fits 1, that means it's more flexible in your evolved deck, unlike Unica. So I would say this is a 4 out of 5. There's some, I think some deck, if they do not have enough evolve space, they will play this over Unica. And the +2 HP I think is very, very worth it against aggro decks. It will outright kill the aggro decks. In normal constructed, yeah, I would say this 4 out of 5 as well. Because you also can be searched out with what's the card? Majiro Plumber. And you can heal 2. And furthermore, you evolve 1 to heal 2. So okay, so this is not 4 out of 5, this is more like 3 out of 5. Because if with this card, most of the time you'll be searching Arden. But I think if you're playing control, you might play this. Yeah. Okay, maybe okay, 4 out of 5, 4 5. If you're playing control, most likely you'll be playing this anyway. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the last set and we'll be done for the day. I mean, I've been going on for how many hours? 4 hours, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's move on to the last one, neutral. Okay, neutral, there's lesser card for neutral, and there's no evolve card for the legendary. So let's start with the first one, Kashimoto Riko, 6 mana, 6/6 rush, strike. If there's no other follower, no other ally follower, choose an enemy follower, destroy it, and then deal 3 damage to its leader. I can see this card being strong. But my main problem is this. You must have no other ally follower, and it is a strike. That means, right, it must hit opponent follower. From behind, this card is very good. From in front, this card is very bad. If you're in front, you're playing this card, you're not trading anything. But if your opponent do not remove this card, yes, then you start to snowball out of control. But as well, in the current meta, there's no deck that cannot remove this on turn 6, turn 7. And you must have no other ally follower. Meaning that if you have any ally follower, you cannot prop this effect. I think, right, this in normal constructed, in control deck, but this play. Let me think about it. Will Dragon C play in this? Let me think. So Dragon, we have Dragon Oracle, but we don't have any more RAM. We can RAM with Ilia, but this will come down as early as turn 5, not 4. Turn 2 RAM, turn 3 Ilia, turn 4 Ilia trade, turn 5. You play this. or you turn 2 ram, then turn 4, turn 5, turn 2 ram, turn 3, 4 mana, turn 4, 5 mana, so not anyway it's the turn 5 play, and for 5 mana for even in Dragon 5 turn 5 to come this out can be a bit late. Yeah, and furthermore, like I say, if you're ahead, right, usually this does nothing. Usually lah, even though if even if it's, yeah, only if you're behind this card will be good. So Dragon might see, okay, the 3 out of 5 for constructed. Decks such as Dragon and Haven might play this card, and Control Nightmare might play this card, given that you can just remove something. But they might not play this card given how people will be playing. Sword definitely wouldn't be playing this card. We have Alexander, which is a lot better. Uma, I think they might play this card. Like I said, I think it's a 3 out of 5 as well. Pure Uma, I think it's a 4 out of 5 for control deck, because like I said, they do not have a lot of hard removal, and this is one of the better hard removal. It's just that this card is a bit problematic because you cannot have a follower in play. That means you must trade all your follower into opponent, then you can play this to remove the card. It's good because it deals 3 damage to his leader, meaning that anyway you are forcing damage. Other than that, I highly doubt in a normal constructed this will be any good, unless you're playing a pure neutral deck, which is a thing. Pure neutral deck, yeah, 3, but very unlikely to be played, like, in my opinion. You might see play because the effect is strong. Might not see play because the effect can be quite hard to hit as well. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Hayakawa Tazuna. 6 mana 3/5. What? Fanfare. Choose an Uma Musume follower or amulet that costs 4 or less from your graveyard. Put it into your field. Normal constructed 1 out of 5. This is basically a Uma card. Even though it brings back an amulet, 6 mana to bring back an amulet might not be the best card. Sorry, I think I'll put this as a 2. It's unlikely to see play, but I can see some deck running one of it. So like discard dragon might play one of this. Hybrid dragon might play one of this. We can go late enough in the game where we can take back another Dragonmancer, right? If he's get removed. If the aggro nightmare becomes a thing, we might need to play this. But at the same time, it's quite late to play this against the aggro deck. If I can reach turn 6 against the aggro deck, I should be healing and not playing this. Is there any other deck that you want to take back an amulet that's 4 cost or less? Not really. So I think no lah. I think this is a 1. I highly doubt this will be played. And in Pure Uma, right, for 4 costs, there's quite a few cards you can get lah. Definitely, there's a lot of cards you can bring back. But are there any cards that's worth bringing back or not? That is another question. I mean, Mazuzen Sky is a good card to take back. Definitely not any of the aggro cards, because if you are playing aggro, or rather you are playing Aguri Cap just to end the game out, I don't think you'll be trying to get back any of all these other cards. Maybe you can take back the Dawa Scarlet, but I highly doubt Dawa Scarlet will be a good combo, because you need to play 3 spell in order to make her good again. This is the Bane, but doesn't have Rush. You have to pay 1 to gain Rush. Okay. Oh, you can take back Silent Suzuka. Okay. Well, is it worth to take back Silent Suzuka? That means you have to pay 2 more and evolve to attack against Silent Suzuka. Okay. I think even in a pure Uma deck, I highly doubt this card will be good. Yeah. the fanfare to put a Uma Musume follower other than okay, I put two lah, unlikely lah. Other than the control where they play Maru Zen Sky, there's no other cards. No, I won't even play this in that deck because if you're okay, no, okay, maybe unlikely. Sorry, I just put this unlikely lah. Oh man, what did I do? Okay, let's change this back to 2 out of 5. Yeah, I legit think this is just 1 out of 5. Even in control deck, I highly doubt you'll be playing this where you can play Kashimoto instead. To remove anything. So I think this card isn't that good at all. Yeah, sad to say. Even though it brings back another follower or amulet, I don't think it will change the board enough to make it worth. Okay, let's move on. Okay, 10 mana spell. Thoughts that are spun together. So basically this is the translation I get from Google because yesterday as I'm doing this, the name is not out yet. This might not be the correct name. Okay, so shuffle your deck, then review the top 6 card. You may place any number of Uma Musume follower amulet among it to your field, add the rest to your hand. So if you spell, you add to hand. If it's follower, you play out. What is a 10 mana spell? So what do I think of this card? Definitely, if this is normal constructed, is 1 out of 5. For pure Uma deck, control deck, I don't think this is that good. I guess, like 2 out of 5, very unlikely to see play. But I can see some people doing it. No lah. I think this is a 1 out of 5. I don't because first of all, pure Uma have no RAM. Like I say, anything above 7 mana, you will start questioning is will you last that late as a deck? Normally, I think as control deck turn 7, you will be fighting for your life against most of the decks such as Hybrid Dragon, Ram Dragon, Aegis Haven, all this because these are the or even Rose Queen because these are the decks that outright kills control. If the control goes later than turn 8 or turn 10. Yeah, so playing this on turn 10, you reveal 6 card, but can you end your opponent with it? If you cannot end your opponent with it, then you outright next turn your opponent can easily Bahamut and clear the board. So I think this card is pretty bad. I don't think this is a C play, this is just a meme card. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Oh, nice. Thanks, Hana. How do you say that? So, okay, that is the official name for the. Okay, that is the translated name for this amulet. Okay, let's move on to this card first. Friend to Train, 2 mana 1/3. When this card leave play, choose an ally Uma Musume follower. Give it +1/+1. Fanfare, draw a card. Constructed 1 out of 5 because it's only made for Uma. Oh, sorry. This should be did you say boost? Sorry. My bad. I misread the comment. Sorry. Okay, so basically this will be made for forest. Basically, you play this, you return back to hand, and then you give another Uma Musume +1/+1, and you draw a card. I think in terms of tempo, 2 mana 1/3 feels very weak. You cannot trade with anything. In fact, I would rather be a 2 mana 2/3. I can trade something, then I return back to hand, which would feel a lot better. But sorry, I just remember. But given that it is 2 mana 1/3, I feel like this card is pretty bad. And you must return this. Okay, if this dies, also it give +1/+1, but it still feels pretty bad in my opinion. Yeah, I highly doubt you'll see play. Okay, 2 out of 5. Because if anybody want to make the Forest Temple, they might try. This card will be part of the deck, but unlikely that this card will see play. Okay, next. Hayakawa Tazuna. 4 mana, 3/3, 3/5. Fanfare. Choose an ally Uma Musume follower, give it +1/+2. Constructed 1 out of 5. Normal constructed 1 out of 5. For 4 mana, you give it +1/+2 in a 3/5. The stats is pretty alright because for 4 mana right now, Amelia is a 3/3. All other 4 mana are 4/4. So basically, this 4 mana is on stats for its cost. So stat to cost, this is correct stats. But giving an airline Uma Musume follower +1/+2, is it enough to change to do a lot of stuff? As an aggro deck, I don't think you would want to play this, where spells such as 2 mana forest spell could give it +3 attack. Say this card won't see any play at all. If I remember correctly, this is from the this and this are from the trial deck. So yeah, they're giving out just like quite a weak cards, I would say. If I remember correctly, because I remember there's this one should be from the booster box, and this one should be from the trial deck. Yeah. Let's move on. Sasami Anshinzawa, 2 mana 2/2. Fanfare, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an odd number card, deal 2 damage to all enemy leader. If it's an even number, deal 2 damage to your leader. 2 out of 5, 2 out of 5. Hey, joking. Okay. In my opinion, currently all the aggro decks are playing a lot of 2 costs. Most of the deck are running a lot of 2 costs. Because 2 costs seems to be like a lot stronger than 1 cost right now. Even in an aggro deck, I don't think there's a lot of 1 cost compared to 2 costs. And 3 cost wise, there might be a few, but after that, right now the only aggro deck is Sword is not a very strong aggro deck. Nightmare is the better aggro deck. Dirt Rune is counted as aggro. I think they might, but I don't think they are that. They don't play that many. I think this card is just too gimmicky. 2 out of 5 because it can see play if you're built around this card. But it's 2 RNG, and if it's even number, deal 2 damage to your leader. I mean, you might outright kill yourself. Same as in Pure Uma. Pure Uma deck, I'll give it a 1 out of 5. Unlikely to see play because other than the Haven deck, Haven control, even 2 damage isn't enough to do anything in control. And aggro, you'll be playing a lot of 2 costs, in my opinion, in the aggro deck. And you'll not be playing a lot of 1 cost and odd number lah, basically. So I think overall it's just a 2 out of 5 and 1 out of 5. Nah, I think this is just trash. I don't even think this card will be played lah. Yeah, this is just quite bad. Yeah, quite bad. Okay, next. Riko Kashimoto, 2 mana 3/2. Active. Choose one of your Uma Musume follower, give it +1 attack. Oh, you have to activate this card. Typing this card, what the hell? If it's a racing follower, give +2 attack. Why? Okay. Constructed 1 out of 5. Why give this? 4 out of 5. For aggro, right, I think this card might be played. So giving it 4 out of 5 because +1 attack is usually okay. You can play this on turn 3 on a 2 PP card as well. So it's not that bad. And if you all in on the dragon, right? On this Intimidate Dragon, Seiyun Sky, it can be quite hard to break through as well. But then again, a lot of people will be playing spell remover against aggro deck. But this is also another body for opponent so they need to answer. Meaning that this is a +1 attack and a body as well. And this card, right? Once it enters the battlefield, it can tap itself to already give it. So on even in let's say this is a turn 2 play, right? You can tap this turn 2 card to give your 1-drop +1 attack, and it's permanent. So I think this card might see play. Even though most of the time you'll rather play other 2 drops that actually is harder to which is more sturdy lah. You do not want to play a 2-drop and tap it on the turn, cause your opponent will most likely be playing a 2-drop evolve and trading it away. Yeah. Okay, with that said, let's move on to the next one. IOE Keyuin, I guess. 2 mana, 2/3. Activate this card. Give an allied Uma follower 1 defense. If it's a racing follower, give it 2 defense instead. 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 5. Currently there isn't any Uma follower that needs their HP to be boosted. And yeah. Seriously, any card that needs their HP to be boosted, that is so much worse than Rico. I don't, yeah. Unless you're playing backside Haven, which you'll be playing Constructed, and backside Haven will be playing more of the stuff that with a big health. I don't think this card will be any good, and you only target Uma cards, yeah. So I don't think this card is any good at all. 1 out of 5. Okay, so the last card. So what you need to do is you need to buy 40 of this card. You go to a friend house, ask him to buy another 40 of this card. You all both sit down and just play this deck. I'm not joking, just do it. Okay, maybe not 40 lah. You need to play like 30 of this and 10 cards. Okay, 25 of this and 15 cards of your choice. You can play Bahamut. It's okay. You can play Ram and Bahamut. Yeah, so this is just a dice roll. You just sit down with your friend and then both of you start rolling dice every turn. So at the start of your end of turn, roll a die. If it's a 1, deal 5 damage to your leader. Very good. If it's a 2 to 5, draw a card. If it's a 6, your leader gain 3 health. Then banish this amulet. First of all, this one, the first one, deal 5 damage to your leader. It does activate Rough, but it's at the end of your turn. You're not going to do anything after that. You're not going to do anything after that. And 5 damage to activate Rough. Are you kidding? No, this card is bad. Okay. However, let me see if you guys can see this. Okay. Sorry, one moment. Let me open up something because me and my friend were talking about this and we kind of did some math for this. Okay. This is the I don't want to review. Where is the numbers? Oh shit, where's my numbers? Give me a moment. I need to find the calculation because we did a bit of the calculation for this. Okay, so for the calculation for this, right? There's a few things we did. So okay, so basically, right? How I categorize this is that there's 3, right? So basically, first of all, take damage, or not heal 3, end the turn, or not there's a 4 out of 6 chance to draw. In my opinion, to make this card even good, you must draw twice. 2 mana draw 2 is actually very strong. right now the best draw that's in the market right now for neutral is Path to Purgatory, 3 mana, draw 3, take 3 damage. Okay. My calculation takes into consideration of draw 2. No matter what, draw 2. So you could take damage, but at end of turn, but you draw 2 in total. You can take damage in the middle, but as long as you draw 2, I kind of put it as it's worth. But honestly speaking, by right I shouldn't take that into account. So if any, okay, so by right, this blue draw, take damage, draw, take damage, draw. By right I shouldn't add in this. So I'll be removing D16. Yeah, by right I shouldn't, because taking 5 damage I think is too much. And then I'll be removing draw 0.07. Okay, take out D20 as well. Okay, so with that said, right, you got less than 50% chance of getting very good. That is the argument if, right, that is based on the argument if taking 5 damage is too painful. But 2 mana draw 2 usually is very strong. It's just that based on Path to Purgatory, for 3 mana you take 3 damage, you draw 3 cards. So Path to Purgatory is the best draw out right now in the market, but this card there's a potential of drawing more than 3 times. But let's say if you really take damage, right? After 3 turn, so it's still more than 50% if your purpose is just to draw 2 only. It's about close to 60%. Meanwhile, it's like, why is this so little? Why did I not add in? Sorry, I forget add in this apparently. Have this added in? D15? No. This? Okay. Did I duplicate? Let me check. D2, D3, D4. 2, 3, 4. C6, correct. D8, D9. B12. This is D9. D9, B12. Alright, B12. D14. Okay, then the number is right, yeah. So with this the number is right. So percentage wise, this is 60% of drawing 2. If you aiming to draw 2, you do not care if you take the 5 damage or not. This is good in control decks, because control deck they don't mind taking the 5 damage, especially in a control V control matchup. The 5 damage isn't that much in a control V control matchup. That will make it more worth than Path to Purgatory, because after that there's chances of you drawing more as well. Meanwhile, yeah, but there's still a 40% chance of you not getting a draw or taking a damage twice, which will be game breaking. So all in all, right, do I think this will see play? In Uma decks, I don't think so. Even in control Uma, I think it's just too risky. In normal constructor, I think just stick to Path to Purgatory. Normal Uma. Okay, 2 out of 5. There's a possibility some people might want to play this just for the draw. And if you hit the heal tree, it's also very good. But I will not recommend it given this statistic. If this is your statistic, right, 60% to draw 2, and then 40% to not draw and take damage, and taking damage twice against aggro deck, you definitely will taking damage will definitely kill you. But yeah, like you see, is 0.2% chance of and 0.16 lah percent chance of just instantly healing and stop. Taking damage twice is 0.0046, quite low. Taking damage and healing 0.027. Sorry, 0.46 plus 0.018. So technically it's 0.0223 something like that. 25 0.025 you'll be, so it's like 2.5% chance you will take damage twice, which will be game breaking. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Here's one more. So this plus this 0. So it's like 3.6, 3.7, 3.7, 4.1, 4.1%. Yeah. 4.1%. Outright you lose the game. So sorry. So all in all, my view on this is that in this game, Shadowverse, they try to reduce RNG. It's just for this set they add some RNG cards just for the memes. But unless there's way to make RNG less RNG, that means you reduce the reliability of chance to something that you can control. I think that it's better not to play this card at all. Yeah. Like I'll give this a 2 out of 5 just that, because Uma, there isn't any draw. They do not have the access to Path to Purgatory like normal constructed if you're playing pure Uma. So they might need to play this for the draw. So I give it a 2 out of 5. However, as you can see, Haven, right? Ghost Ship is playable in constructed. I highly doubt people will be doing it because of RNG, but its probability. The thing is, if you got Beyond Her Rear, right, this card increase the chance of winning the game. Even if it's deal 4 damage, right, double of this from Seraph is dealing 8 damage already. But you need to use Beyond Her Rear. But if you do not hit anything good, you will not be able to end the game from here, from this at all. Yeah, so that's the reason why I give it 2 out of 5. Or not, I'll be giving it 1 out of 5 if not for Beyond Her Rear. Yeah. And I think we have gone through all the neutral. Okay, for those who have stayed in here, thank you very much for your support. I hope I give you guys. Okay, let's not end this yet because I want to discuss. I want to give an overview. Yeah, I forgot that I want to give an overview. So Uma, right? It seems that there's a few decks in my mind right now that definitely will be played. First is aggro. Second will be aggressive tempo with Teo and Shizuka Silence as the game ender. One question in my mind, one thing in my mind will be this. What will happen is that, first of all, aggro will be the stronger variant. Once everybody starts to counter aggro, tempo will be the stronger variant for Uma. Like if I were to say in between those two variants, yeah, aggressive tempo and just aggro. It's the same as the BTO one where Sword was first aggro. Then because everybody was countering aggro, Sword slowly moved to aggressive tempo deck, which works very well with Otohime and what's the 4 mana? Royal Banner, yeah. So I think we can see something like that happening. We mean that most likely they will still play Shizuka Silence and Teo, but they might put in Brian to play a more aggressive tempo and try to end the game with Brian. There's also a control variant that plays Brian, which I can see right now. They'll most likely be playing Brian and the 7 mana amulet. That deck will be a bit weird to see because there isn't a lot of draw for this control deck right now. And I think there is a searcher for sword, right? Let me check. You can search for Uma add to hand, is it? Let me double check. No, there's no searcher. Yeah, so if there's no searcher, Brian would be a very inconsistent. It's not like Aegis where you can Seraph for 2 Aegis or Seraph for Aegis and Guardian Sun for the unstoppable combo. It's not like that. So but control variants still is still possible. So you most likely have Brian, and then you will have Passioner, Championer, and Augury Cap to try to end the game from there as you play control. With Super Crit trying to heal back up all this, there is a possibility. And then there is a possibility of Necro Charge to play 7 cm ahead. And there's a possibility that 7 cm ahead will also play the Brian as well to try to end the game from using her. So all of a sudden she become like an Aegis that is hard to remove, especially when your opponent discard their hand completely and is forced to top deck. Your opponent might meet into trouble trying to answer Brian. And also Brian got aura, so most of the control deck runs target removal will not be able to counter Brian, in my opinion. So that is one thing to look out for. I think 7 cm ahead, right? It might be a deck that's playable. Yeah, given with how many cards that puts a Uma Musume follower with different name from this card from graveyard back to hand, and you're able to draw so much, you can filter your deck for Brian, and I think this is the more consistent way of playing Brian. Yeah. And furthermore, the discard the tree is actually very painful, and you destroy all enemy follower. Your Brian is safe. That means if they ward up against you, your Brian will. I mean, this will still force your opponent to you still make a path for Brian. The only problem with this deck I can see is right now is that you might mill too fast, draw too fast, deck out too fast. That is a concern. But to make this, but to hit 20 Uma Musume might be another challenge as well. How consistent can this hit 20 Uma Musume card in the graveyard? I'm not very sure yet. Seeing from Necro Charge from this card Nightmare is not that fast. We do see some people play all in Necro Charge. It didn't return very good result. Like only on turn 6, then they turn 6, turn 5, then they have the Necro Charge. Then if I remember correctly, I highly doubt you'll hit Necro Charge then on turn 4, turn 3 around there. Yeah. And that is given that they have very strong Necro Charge cards, such as the 3 mana skeleton 1/1. If a Necro Charge 10, it gains Bane and Rush. Yeah. But what is going for this is they have the all these witchcraft card, runecraft card that's can help with milling, such as like this Agnes Digital and Narita Top Road that helps with milling as well, sending cards from hand to the graveyard to increase the number of Necro Charge. So this could help them out, but how fast it is, we still have to see once the deck is made. And I don't think people will be playing Ghost Shape in Pure Uma. It's too hard to make it happening. It's much more possible if you play with Seraph to cheat this out. In Control Haven, yes. So yeah, all in all, I think the biggest winner, right? In my opinion, our biggest winner is Haven, because this card might be too strong. Legit, you outright kills any aggro deck there is, meaning all the aggro deck will be forced to play mid range. Same as how Sword was very meta the last set, where every tempo deck is forced to play either aggro or play control. I think this will force every aggro deck to mid range, and then if it becomes very strong, I think it will force all mid range deck to control. Yes, and or people will be playing Uma and the no lah, no, there's no way to remove this. Surefire, there a lot of people will be playing Surefire Bullet to try to just get rid of this card. Yeah, or any 2 mana spell they have that to get rid of this card. Yeah, it really forces a lot of tempo deck to slow down a lot, and a lot of aggro deck to slow down significantly. This card might be too strong. That's why in my opinion is the biggest winner lah for class. Next one follow up will be, I think, will be Sword lah. In fact, I think if anything to deal with that 3/3, I think Sword is the only deck that might be able to deal with that 3/3. Though even though yes, early game we might be caught blocked by that 3/3, but we still can try to finish off with Tokai Tio, because Tokai Tio can remove something and then hit face. So we aren't that scared of. And then Natira Brian is also a good additional in case after that we will start to need to go towards a more late game orientation of tempo sword. So after that, there might be a one card Narrator Brian in the deck just to deal against control deck, so that we have enough firepower to fight against control deck. And then Forest Witch Dragon. Why is it Dragon? Dragon didn't really got a very strong. I think third place I'll say Rune got a very strong package. Even though it doesn't really help increase the speed of OTK spell boost. I think it really changes how OTK spell boost can be played with Narita Top Road and Agnes Digital. It really can speed up I think spell boost a bit. Daria wise, right? I wouldn't say there's anything good. But like I say, the Vodka can be a addition, or Dance at Glamor at Festival can be a good remover to play along with all the others. Spell boost enabler or spell chain enabler, but I highly doubt they will speed up both Daria and OTK spell chain rune. Yeah, and then Forest got some good cards such as Silent Shizuka, and they got Engine Flash, which they desperately needed for their Rose Queen deck because everybody was running a Surefire Bullet for them, and Haru Urara is a good addition for any tempo Forest. However, I do have an issue with this is that it is a Uma and not a fairy or anything, that means it won't get buff. And a lot of the mid-range tempo forest, they are playing a buff fairy synergy. So Haru Urara might feel out of place. So it's not really say that strong. And I won't say Haven will be the biggest winner right now, because Necro Charge has been very weak. They barely make it to to okay. Aggro Nightmare is strong. However, there isn't any Aggro Nightmare cards you can see here. They purposely didn't give Aggro Nightmare anything. Tempo Nightmare is still very weak because, as you can see, other than Mazuzen Sky, which is feel more of a control card than a tempo card. There isn't any other tempo card, to be honest. This card, right, Amulet Remover, is only for aggro, and it's only if they have to deal with Amulet. If they don't deal with Amulet, this card is not that good. But it's a nice additional for aggro, but I wouldn't say it's a big win. And the control variant, right? Right now, the questionable thing is the control variant, right? Will the Necro charts be fast enough for the normal constructed with all the new put two cards in the Necro charge enable? So this is also another question that needs to be tested. I think some people are saying that it is starting to work. Nice Nature is also a good addition for this card, but it doesn't put Nightmare into a broken tier, or even tier 1 for now, in my opinion. It might, but right, Azazel with the Mayana Top Gun combo can be broken, in my opinion. So it's not something too broken. Dragon with no RAM is the biggest loser, in my opinion, right now. And there isn't much stuff that you see that, oh, this definitely will replace any card in the current deck people are already running. So Dragon might be the biggest loser for this time round. And it is not surprised, as Dragon has been very strong for the last 2 expansion. Okay, I think with that, I think we can wrap up the whole stream. I does anybody have any other question, Andy? You are the only one left, lah. Anything you want to ask? Okay, if not, I'm not seeing that you're typing, so I guess it's not. If anything, you can message me. And with that, guys, I will end the stream. This will be archive. Yeah, thanks, bro, for watching. And this will be archive. So you guys who came here from, hey yo, there's another guy here. Thanks for tuning in as well. Yes. If for those who are watching this from the Excel sheet, because you see the Excel sheet and then you come over and see how I rate those cards. Thank you guys for watching till the end as well. Just have to put a reminder out there that I'm just a player. I mean, I'm saying it from my eyes. I'm not a professional or something. I can get stuff wrong. Don't quote me. This is literally this is just a saying that I might get things wrong lah. I'm not God or anything. I don't know everything. It's just that from my experience, what cards works and what cards will not work. I have quite a fair amount of experience on them. But I can never be fully right. You in card games, sometimes suddenly someone find a broken combo, and that's the end of the day. And with that, right, thank you guys for watching, and see you guys next time.